Hey, I have a lot of these stories and I think sharing them may be cathartic for me. This happened to me about 4 years ago, when I was 21 or so. So it's Easter, right? Broad daylight, maybe around 11 a.m. or so. I'm in the fashion district of my big city, which is relatively safe during the daytime. I'd never had any actual run-ins with crazy, even though I would see homeless people and unwell people all the time, talking to themselves in the corners. I'm normally pretty good at keeping my head down and sensing danger before it happens, or so I thought at least. Anyway, so here I am looking for a store with shoes. I passed by this homeless woman who was either on drugs or mentally unwell, perhaps a combination of both. I made a note of her but ignored her, 1 because it's broad daylight, and 2 because it's Easter and there's tons of people around. She was just kinda sitting on the edge of the sidewalk yelling to herself. I go into my store a couple of blocks down, finish up there and pass her again to go to another store. Apparently when I went to pass her by a third time, that was the last straw for her for whatever reason. She suddenly decided she knew me from somewhere. I saw her get up and start to yell at me. "Fuck you, bitch! You stupid fucking whore! You thought I wouldn't know it was you!" She just suddenly charged at me. It all happened so fast. I thought I was just having a leisurely stroll on Easter, so I didn't have my car keys out yet or my pepper spray. I started to run to my car, but she was right behind me. I was kind of against my car at this point and turned around. She was right there. I sized her up. She was very dirty and had sores all over. I thought to myself that I definitely did not want to fight her. Not that I'm a particularly good fighter anyways, but I figured now was not the time to try and learn. I also thought to myself that if I stayed by my car, she was going to damage it in the process of trying to attack me, and I couldn't find my keys in time. She went to sucker punch me in the back of the neck as I ducked. She just barely missed me. This was all within like 10 seconds. It just happened so fast. Nobody was helping, by the way, despite it being a very busy street. I was screaming my head off. I was lucky enough to accidentally run into the last store I had been in. If it had been another store that didn't know me, I think they would have kicked me out for causing a scene. I live in a big city and have had issues like this before where shopkeepers won't help because they don't want the drama. You know, the drama I had nothing to do with either, but I digress. I run in crying and tell him about the lady chasing me. She runs in after me, and I hide behind the counter with him, telling him I need to get to my car and she won't let me. She's tried to attack me. Well, he must have known her from the neighborhood. He held her back for me as I got into my car, and I drove off safely. The whole time she was still screaming, trying to get around him and attack me. I made it to my family's Easter thing safe, but avoided that part of the city for a couple years. I've always wanted to go back and thank that man. I don't know what would have happened if he wasn't there, or how I could have possibly gotten into my car. I had just gotten out of a really shitty relationship with a guy I had been living with for 3 years. He was a really pretty boy who looked like Johnny Depp, but he liked to steal all my money while I was at work, and throw crazy parties. I got tired of his stealing and coming home to emo kids asleep all over my house, so eventually I left him. I didn't want anything but my stuff, and I let him keep the house and cars I bought him. I just wanted my sanity back. I moved back in with my granny. I'm her favorite grandchild and she spoiled me a lot. I had recently reconnected with my best friend that I had known since kindergarten, Chris. I was hanging out with him on the back porch one morning when the subject of boys suddenly got brought up. Chris is gay and we often talk about boys together. He asked if I was seeing anybody, and I told him that I was not. It had only been a few months since I left the money leech, and I didn't think I was ready yet to trust anybody. Chris said that he knew the perfect man for me. I said I didn't think there was such a thing. He begged me, though, to go and meet this guy. I reluctantly sighed and told my granny that I was going to go on an adventure with Chris. We talked as we drove, and he told me that this guy had apparently been in love with me since we were kids. He told me it was this little boy, Quinn, that used to follow me around a lot. I told him I thought Quinn was a lot younger than either of us. He told me that Quinn was just short like I was. He called Quinn and told me to talk to him. I did. He seemed sweet, but a little bit airheaded. We showed up at his house, and he was really pretty. He was also very sweet and had a good job, his own car, and owned his own company even. Needless to say, we started hanging out a lot and eventually started dating. He buys me presents like nice jewelry, Prada sunglasses. He told me that his girl only deserved the best. I told him I couldn't accept all these fancy gifts, but he would just dump them in my car and purse when I wasn't looking, so I learned to just take them without a fight. He wanted to always call me and talk for hours, and wanted me to call when I got home from his house. I thought he was just being sweet and wanted to make sure I got home safely. The reality, though, set in rather quickly. He introduced me to his entire family within a couple days of us starting dating. I usually don't introduce guys to my family until we're serious, but whatever. Upon meeting his mother, I learned that it was her house, and he lived there with her. I also learned that he had no job other than doing odd jobs for his dad. I was just speechless. He had also lied about being my age as well. I was 24 at the time, and he had turned just 18 the day or so before we started dating. I was so upset that I didn't even know how to feel. He begged me not to leave him, and to take him to my play rehearsal the next day. He showed up in my driveway just as I was leaving for the theater. Chris drove him there and told me we needed to sort our shit out. He said if Quinn was gay, he would be all over him, and not to leave him over a few small lies. The whole thing was just awkward. I didn't want to talk to this guy. I wanted him gone. He pulled out a diamond ring and tried to propose to me even. I told him no, but he slid the rock onto my finger anyway. He said all I need to do was think about it. When I got to the theater, shit just went downhill from there. He embarrassed me in front of my friends with his ignorance and childishness, and threw a bitch fit because of my other best friend, Mikey, who gave me a piggyback ride. He stormed out, and then his mother started calling to check up on him. I decided I was done. After rehearsal, I got a friend to go with me to drive him home. I tried to give his ring back, but he wouldn't take it. I left and went to a bar with my fellow actors. I told him that was why I had to take him home early. Driving back, though, I suddenly see flashing lights in my rearview mirror and hear yelling. Chris and Quinn are following me. I pull up into the bar and Chris throws Quinn and myself at each other and yells that we need to talk. I broke up with Quinn. He started throwing a bitch fit. I walked into the bar with my friend and spent the night at Mikey's for a few days. When I returned home, I had tons of harassing phone calls. He called me and my grandparents every few hours. He even had Chris help. Everywhere I went, he was there. He stalked me at home, made me run from a theater during a movie, and followed my car everywhere. Chris helped him do all of this. He even pulled a gun on my family while we were outside during Easter. I was helping the little kids hunt eggs. He cruised by several times and then pulled his gun and pointed at us, even the kids. I filed a restraining order that day. I moved in with Mikey so he would at least leave my grandparents alone. I went nowhere without at least 2 guys with me at all times. I thought that at any minute he would just come and kill me. I felt like a deer being hunted in the woods. I was lucky though. He shot up the car of his next girlfriend while her 2-year-old daughter was inside. So I was damn lucky. When I was about 6 years old, Easter was rolling around, and I really wanted a chocolate bunny. I asked my dad to take me to Rite Aid to get me one. He said he was busy. I told him I'd just walk, and he said he was fine with that, because honestly, he was a pretty shitty parent all in all. So I embark on the 1.5 to 2 mile walk through rural Louisiana to the store. The houses are pretty sparse. I come up to a 4-way intersection, and can see the store just a short distance away. As I approach the 4-way, I see a small green truck, which I think was a Ford Ranger. There were 2 men in it, and the one in the passenger seat was blatantly pointing at me, repeatedly. They were both staring at me now. I was about to cross through a parking lot on the right side of this intersection, when I saw the truck whip into it and park between 2 other cars. I then saw the passenger jump out of the truck and crouch down with his fucking hands out, trying to hide between their truck and the vehicle they parked next to. Thankfully, an older woman that used to babysit me when I stayed with my mom had filled my young head with a bunch of stranger danger propaganda. I immediately flipped the fuck out, bypassed the parking lot, and broke out into a dead sprint to the Rite Aid. Once inside, I began to pace around the store a bit and try to calm down. I took a glance through the glass door and saw the truck with 2 guys in it parked right in front of the store. At this point, I knew beyond all doubt what was going on. I asked the old lady at the cash register if I could use the store's phone to call my dad. She said the phone could only be used to call 1-800 numbers for some reason. I burst into tears and started getting hysterical. The manager came to the front and let me use his cell phone, thankfully. I got in touch with my dad, who sent my 2 brothers to pick me up, and by the time they got there, the green truck had already left. In the end, no one fucking believed me. They just nonchalantly said, "So what happened? Something about a kidnapping?" I told them what happened, and everyone just kind of brushed it off. It was never talked about again. That shit makes me furious to this day. I wonder what the hell those scumbags were planning. The thing that troubles me the most is that they could have easily gotten some other kid on some other day and done God knows what, and probably nobody would have even cared. This event took place quite a few years ago, so unfortunately I don't remember everything that happened. I do remember nearly all of it, though. Anyway, this happened when I was around 4 to 5 years old on an Easter Sunday. My family always gathers at my grandmother's house to celebrate holidays, birthdays, and so as we do every holiday, my mother and I started our hour-long trip to her house. My mother prefers to live away from all the city commotion, which explains the long drive. We were probably about 20 minutes away from our destination when my mom noticed that we were a little bit low on gas. We pulled into this old, almost rustic-looking gas station with just a handful of customers inside. It was red and white with a few festive decorations outside and lots of Easter stickers on the 2 large glass windows that were on either side of the door. My mom, having taught me not to talk to strangers nor open the car doors for anyone but her, trusted me enough to leave me in the car alone as she went inside briefly to pay for gas. She told me she would be right back before going into the gas station. It felt nice that day, so the windows in the car were down so we could get the breeze while driving instead of the AC. While I was waiting on my mom, I remember adjusting the colorful paper clippings in my Easter basket next to me, then looking out the backseat window. When I looked over, I just happened to see a tall, older man, maybe around 30 or 40 years old, approaching my window. He crouched down slightly and looked at me. "Hi there, what's your name?" I remember him saying. At this moment, I remembered that I wasn't supposed to talk to strangers, so I told the man that my mom says I shouldn't speak to him. He then replied with, "Well, we can be friends then. My name's Charlie, and now that you know, I guess I'm not a stranger, huh?" At the time, I thought that made sense. In my little kid mind, I thought, since a stranger is someone you don't know, then this man wasn't a stranger anymore, because now I knew his name. The man and I had a short conversation that I don't quite remember. All I remember is him telling me I had a nice Easter basket. At this point, though, I started getting a sick feeling in my stomach. Being a child, of course, I didn't understand why. My mom quickly walked out of the gas station and noticed the man immediately. She began approaching the car and quickly asked the man what he thought he was doing. The man seemed in a panic and pulled my door handle violently. He quickly realized that it was locked and proceeded to reach into my window and grab me by one of my wrists. He attempted to pull me from the car. This obviously scared me a lot, causing me to panic and pull against him on instinct. This caused him to let go and take off running. My mom quickly ran to the car and I unlocked the doors. She grabbed me and pulled me into an almost painful bear hug, then inspected me closely and repeatedly asking if I was okay. I ended up with a slight bruise on my arm where he grabbed me, but other than that, I was just pretty shaken up. The reality of what had just happened set in at this moment, and I remember just crying and holding on to my mom right after I said I was okay. I don't remember anything after this point, but I recently asked my mom about it. She said she called the police immediately after. To this day, my mom still says that this was the most frightening moment of her life, and claims that if she had gotten there any later and came back to an empty car, she wouldn't have been able to live with herself. I hadn't thought about this for a while, until just now when an animal charity put out an alert on Facebook. So April last year, I had thought about getting 2 rabbits to accompany my other 2. The 2 I had already were neutered females, so I was looking for a pair of neutered males. Rabbit social hierarchy, lifelong buddies, etc. I was looking on Gumtree for an exercise pen to attach to the one we already had, so that if we did get more bunnies, once bonded, there'd be a bigger space for them when they weren't out during the day. I found an advert for one and clicked on it, and saw the owner was also putting her rabbits up for adoption. It had been one of those dumb things. Her kid daughter had been excited for Easter, mom bought her some rabbits didn't want to be picked up, kid made them nervous, eventually became bored of them because they're not like toy rabbits. It's an unfortunately common story. Anyway, I call up and ask about the exercise pen and the rabbits. We arranged to meet the next day when the seller was able to take the morning off. The next day, she met me off the train in her town. More like a village, really. It was really small. We walked to her house. She was a really nice lady, and she had a Belfast accent. This all happening just outside of Glasgow, by the way, and as an English immigrant to Scotland, it was just nice to hear a different accent. On the way, she started telling me about how after I'd called her, her phone had said she had 15 missed calls. About a minute after we'd arranged to meet, her phone rang again. A man with a thick Irish traveler accent had started talking about getting the rabbits from her, without even saying hello. When he'd taken a moment to breathe, she explained that she already had someone coming to see them, and that if it didn't work out, she'd let them know. He sounded angry when she said that, and swore before he hung up on her. Anyway, we get to her house. The exercise pen is exactly what I want. Then I meet the bunnies and fall in love with them. She asked me if I'd like to give them a new home, and I agreed, not just because of how lovely and sociable they were with me within a few minutes of meeting them, but because they were also a bonded pair, and I couldn't stand the thought of them being separated at a shelter. I mean, just after Easter and then Christmas are the worst times for spaces in shelters. Because I was also taking the rabbits back with me, she was kind enough to drive me back to my flat with everything in tow. Later on that day, around 6 p.m., I got a call from her. When she had dropped me and the rabbits back at my flat, she had gone straight to work. When she had gotten home, she found her daughter being comforted by the babysitter. She thought she was probably just upset that the rabbits had gone, but no. Her daughter had answered a knock at the door while the babysitter was making dinner. A big guy with scruffy clothes had looked down at her, grinned, and asked her if she had any rabbits. She said she did have, but they moved house today, and the guy's smile turned angry. He started shouting and pounding his fist on the door, and that's when the babysitter came running. The babysitter had said there was a white transit van parked outside with 2 other guys in there, and the man's accent was Irish, the dialect distinctively traveler. Turns out that when she posted the ad for the exercise pen, it had been from her phone, and Gumtree automatically added her street location on the little map thing next to the username. She had posted a separate ad for the rabbits in the pets for sale section, which I hadn't seen, and that's how they'd found the house. It was a small street in a suburb, so even with a map location, it wasn't a very long street, and they could have easily knocked door to door. The babysitter had to call the police as she forced the door shut. These guys are apparently always being spotted in small newsagents calling people about dogs for sale. They've been arrested before for organizing dog fights, stealing dogs and rabbits from people's gardens. It was only when I saw a rehoming charity on Facebook send out an alert about some Irish chaps in a corner shop holding the classifieds open and ringing about a dog near Perth that I remembered all of this. I guess these guys move around quite a lot. and are very organized. Perth's quite far away from Glasgow. I dread to think what would have happened to my rabbits if I hadn't been looking for a cage that day. It's not the creepiest story to read, I suppose, But to know there are such greedy, heartless people driving around, stealing and buying dogs to fight, and taking rabbits to give dogs the taste of blood, to the point of trying to hurt a kid because they have no bait for their dogs, well, that's creepy as hell. This night occurred about 7 years ago on my way home from my parents. I was 22, young, naive, and, well, kinda dumb. I was the first in my family to move away from our sleepy old train town that I grew up in, so I went home every Sunday to visit with the family, but mostly to do laundry and eat Sunday dinner. I lived about 45 to 60 minutes up the highway, so generally I was headed home by 6. On this night in particular, there was a summer thunderstorm that had been pouring down rain relentlessly, all day long. My cousins dropped in just as I was packing up to leave after dinner, so I ended up sticking around for a few more hours just to visit. I left my mom's at around 10 p.m. in the pouring rain. This was the first time after moving away from home that I encountered something that truly scared me. I don't know why I never told anyone about this. I think it maybe had something to do with pride. Everyone was always giving me trouble about living alone as a single female in a newish area. Anyway, here goes. I left my parents at around 10 p.m. in the pouring rain. Side note, I hate driving in the rain. So I'm just driving down the service road that leads out of town, and eventually turns into the on-ramp to the highway. As you're leaving town, the service road turns into one lane right in front of this quarry train loading station thing. I'm not really clear on what this place is. It always gave me the creeps though. If you're ever unfortunate enough to pass through when a train is crossing the road to load, you'll be stuck there a while. Once the road passes by the tracks, it turns back into 2 lanes and goes up a steep hill. As I was approaching the quarry, I could make out the orange lights on a red cab 18-wheeler sitting in the quarry parking lot. Mind you, it was pouring rain. The visibility was quite low, so I couldn't make out the trucker until I was pretty close to him. As soon as I could make out it was a trucker, it pulled out into the road. I had to slam on my brakes to avoid hitting the trailer in the back of the truck. I skidded around on the road until I regained control of the car. Thanks for the driver's ed classes, Mom. So now I'm stuck behind this dumbass that just pulled out without paying attention. At least I assume so. I keep my distance behind him because I'm a little bit flustered about his driving. For the record, my headlights were on as well, so if he had been paying attention, he should have been able to see me. Honestly though, with the heavy rain and low visibility, who knows? So I'm stuck behind this guy as we begin to cross the tracks and climb this steep hill. Despite it turning into 2 lanes on the hill, he was driving right in the center of both lanes. I figured maybe he just didn't realize it was 2 lanes, so I puttered along behind him, keeping my distance. As soon as we reached the peak of the hill and the road began to level out, he moved over to the right lane. Yes, finally! I move over and begin to pass him. As soon as I get past the front of the truck, he swerves behind me quite abruptly and begins flashing his high beams at me. Usually when someone flashes their lights behind you, in our area anyway, this means to turn on your lights, but mine were already on. I checked as soon as he started flashing me. Weirded out, I put my blinker on and safely changed lanes to get out of his way. He followed behind me and began laying into his horn. The honking startled me, and I began to get a lot more flustered. What the hell did this guy want exactly? I already moved out of his way. My headlights are on. So why didn't I just speed away and zip off, you may be asking? Well, I grew up in this area. It had been raining heavily all day long, and I knew the service roads flooded a little in heavy rain, both on the shoulders and in random spots in the middle of the road. I mean, it's a small Midwestern town. Our roads are shitty. I had already skidded and nearly wrecked once, so I wasn't about to floor it on this bumpy-ass service road that floods and risk wrecking again. There was also nothing between that quarry and the highway, about 4 or 5 miles of deserted wooded area, so if I wrecked it would just be him and me. and this went on for the next 4 or 5 miles to the highway. He began tailgating me in addition to the high beams and honking. Once the tailgating began, I was in tears. I had no idea what this guy wanted from me. I was trying to stay out of his way and get home safely. That was all I wanted. I changed lanes 2 more times, making 3 total. He followed me from lane to lane. As we approached the highway though, I floored it. He couldn't accelerate quickly enough to keep up, so I lost him. Finally. As soon as I realized I'd lost him and I was safe on the highway, I just lost it. I was a hysterical wreck. There's only one exit after getting on the highway to stop in the small town the highway runs through. After that, it's all wooded for a good 30 minutes. I thought about getting off at that exit just to calm down and pull it together, but I just wanted to get home, so I sped right past it. I should have stopped. Once the city was no longer visible in my rearview mirror, I was much more calm. I managed to scramble my cell out of my purse and put it in my lap just in case. The rain led up to a drizzle the further I went, but I was still pretty on edge. There weren't very many cars in the highway at this time, and the majority of them were truckers. I was cruising along in the center lane when the truck next to me in the passing lane began blaring the horn and moved into my lane, forcing me over to the third. He continued moving over, nearly forcing me off the highway. I sped up and changed lanes right in front of him so that I was back in the center lane. I slowed down so I was in line with the front cab. I double-clicked the home button on my phone and rolled down my window. I started taking pictures of the cabbie. I think the flashes made him realize what I was doing, and he began slowing down until he was behind me again. I got a lot of pictures. I sped up and lost sight of him behind me. I was satisfied that I'd managed to get fixed, but I was so angry at this point. I pulled over to the shoulder of the highway and waited for him. I just wanted to get behind him so I could get a pic of the license plate and report this asshole. Sadly, he was onto me. For sure, I noticed his headlights behind me, a long ways back, but behind me nonetheless, on the shoulder of the highway. I waited, keeping an eye on the truckers passing me by, just to be sure I never missed him. I noticed a shadow eventually pass by the headlights of the truck. This spooked me quite a bit. I thought he'd gotten out of his cab. I didn't stick around to find out though. I took off as fast as I could and got home as quickly as possible. Turned out the pictures were a failure. It was still drizzling. The flash combined with the drizzle just resulted in washed out pictures. I could see the red cab, but no matter what filters I used, there was no making out exactly what it said. Just to give you a bit of background, I'm female and I drive for Lyft at night. I'm on the shorter side at 5'4", and I've been driving for nearly 6 months now. I tend to drive downtown Denver, especially on weekends when there's the most money to make. In this time, I've only had a couple truly scary encounters, and I drive 7 nights a week, at least a couple hours a night. The first scary one started off normally enough for that late at night. I had just dropped off a passenger in Aurora and was making my way back towards Market Street since the bars hadn't closed yet. I get a pickup that's on the way, and it's a nice enough area that I don't feel uncomfortable. Anyone who knows Aurora, Colorado, though, knows it's not really the best area even with the few nice ones. A couple of guys hopped in, one in front, one in back. Both had on hoodies and were carrying backpacks. In Colorado, though, at almost 1:30 in the morning, that's not that odd. Where it gets odd is after they get in. I gave my normal greeting, but they completely ignored me and shoved their backpacks onto the floor. They pulled their hoods up while shielding their faces from the windows with their hands. I was instantly uncomfortable, and I could tell something was off. It was only a 10-minute drive, and we were in a secluded area, so I figured the safest thing to do would be to complete the ride. I could feel my fight-or-flight instinct kicking in, though. Within about a minute, I had decided if they tried anything, I was going to crash my car. Neither one had put on a seatbelt, so I figured that would be my best chance. Once we arrived at the location they wanted to be dropped off at, I could tell it was not a good area. Bars on all the windows, trash strewn everywhere, every car in disrepair. They got out but didn't shut my doors and started whispering to each other while glancing at me. One of them had his hand in his pocket, fidgeting with something. What, I have no idea. At this point, I'd had enough though. I stepped on the gas, driving off with the doors open. I drove a couple miles until I got to a gas station with lights and people before I stopped to properly close both doors. I called it a night and headed home to cuddle my toddler and my husband before having a good cry in the safety of my own bed. I have no idea what they were planning, but I do know I was terrified from the moment they pulled their hoods up to the moment I drove off with my doors open. The second story takes place a couple weeks after the first one. I had sworn off all pickups in Aurora and shady parts along Colfax that night. I would still drop people off there, but I would also turn my app off and leave the area when I was done. I was downtown as usual for a Saturday night, and the bars were closing. I got a shared ride, which can be very good at bar closing. Now the thing to know about shared rides is you can't request more than 2 seats, leaving room for 2 more people. I have on multiple occasions had a car full with these types of rides. I get to the person and unlock my doors as normal, and in get 3 people. Okay, that's a small problem to start off. I was polite and told them I couldn't give them a ride with 3 people, so they'd have to order a different Lyft. This is where this one turns. I don't want to pay more. I'm sorry, but either one of you has to get out or all of you do, and you need to order a different ride. This is a shared ride, and that means you can only have 2 passengers, and they need seats. With shared rides, you're only allowed to book 2 seats for 2 passengers. Look, I'm not paying more, so you can just ignore the other rides and take us home. At this point, he became aggressive and was putting his finger in my face. Maybe I should have been more scared, but this is Market Street at bar close and it was packed. There were drunk people everywhere, and where there are drunk people, there are also lots of cops. I rolled down my window as he continued to tell me what I'm going to do, and started threatening to put my bitch ass in my place if I didn't start driving right now. I didn't catch that though, since I had made eye contact with a cop and was focusing on getting his attention. I said this to him. Okay, now you have a choice. You can all get out, or I can get that cop right there and get you out. Said cop was making his way over, seeing something was wrong. They all jumped out with the guy flipping me off, and they disappeared into the crowd still looking for rides. The cop stopped to ask if I was okay, and I gave him a short rundown of what happened and thanked him for coming over. I headed off to my next ride. It was a very polite gentleman. In both cases, I reported them to Lyft so I wouldn't get paired with either again. I also carry a foam pepper spray for defense, and have a dash cam that records the interior of my car now. Since that last one though, I haven't had any issues. So, there's that. This is much tamer than others I've read on here, but please let me know if this isn't the right group. This happened a few years ago now. So, I live alone with my 2 cats. We live in a flat, but the front door is on the street level, so when you open the door, you go up the stairs and you're already inside the flat. I don't have a garden either. Now, I'm in my mid-30s, female, very small, petite, and lucky enough to still look young. I mean, I even still get ID'd for cigarettes and alcohol. I also smoke outside by the front door, as I don't like smoking inside, even when it's raining. I can't exactly say I live in a rough part of town, so it's fairly usual to say hello to people walking by. They're used to seeing me smoking outside, so we often exchange friendly greetings. People also regularly use this area as a shortcut. My last cigarette was around 11:30 before I went to bed. Of course, when it's really dark, it can feel unnerving, but like I said, it was a very nice area. My flat was one of only 2 in this area. It's not the best looking. The rest were houses, beautiful houses, pretty decoration, nice cars, pretty flowers. Basically, richer and a lot nicer looking than mine. I'm pretty poor and you can definitely tell. For a few weeks before this incident, I kept hearing my front door handle moving, as though someone had been trying to open it. I put it down to kids walking to school. Then though, it'd be in the middle of the day, then the evening. but each time I got to the bottom of the stairs to check, no one was around. This one night, I went for my last cigarette, 11:30, and got ready to go to bed. I fell asleep quickly. At one point, I woke up slightly because I heard the cats playing. I rolled over and went back to sleep. They woke me up again. I could still hear them playing, but now I also heard them growling, whilst they were laying next to me in bed. I sat bolt upright and realized the sounds were coming from my front door. The cats were still growling. I snuck into the hall and peered down the stairs. I could see the front door handle turning. For the first time in my life, my brain thought much faster than my mouth, and I switched the stairs light on. There was a brief pause, with my door open a few inches. Then I heard the feet running away. I ran down the stairs and slammed the door shut, then ran back upstairs to call the police. This was at around 1 a.m. in the morning. The police finally came at about 5. I didn't sleep. I sat in a chair watching the stairs all night, absolutely terrified whoever it was would come back. I didn't even go for a cigarette, even though I desperately wanted one. I was too afraid they'd be there waiting. The police showed me how they'd gotten in. They'd damaged the door frame, and I don't know what it's called, that bit of material or plastic that seals the door, that was all cut and ripped up. I called my landlord first thing in the morning and had deadbolts fitted. I'm now overly cautious when I smoke. I don't stay in one place anymore. I go for a walk a little each time. I don't stick to the same timings either, and I definitely listen to my cats better. If they're growling, there's probably a reason for it. I'm so glad they growled that night, though. If they hadn't, I'd have ignored it and gone back to sleep again. Then I'd have woken up with someone in my home doing who knows what, for who knows what reasons. As a young gay man of 25 at the time who's not into the club scene, naturally I turned to dating apps in order to meet and connect with people. I've met many over the years, but none who put a chill down my spine quite like Cody. Cody's profile sported a kind of half smile. I like the seemingly shy types. We were about the same age, and Cody wanted to grab a bite to eat at random. I was down for it. I needed to eat. Might as well be with a new friend, possibly lover, right? Well, the first sign something was off came before we even actually met. I told him my legal name and my nickname. Not an uncommon or weird one at all. He said, "Well, I want to call you your real name." I denied his request politely, saying I'd prefer my nickname only, but this was the first sign I should have canceled the date. The second sign came when he insisted on picking me up himself. I told him it was no bother for me to drive to the Wendy's. I know, romantic location, right? But he said he really wanted to go for a night drive. I knew the area pretty well after living there for a few months, so I decided to let him pick me up. Cody takes me to the Wendy's drive-thru and says he isn't hungry, but I can get something if I want. I was a bit weirded out by this, because he'd said he wanted to grab a bite to eat, but I still needed to eat anyway, so I ordered. Then the third clue came along and I let it pass me right by. I tried to hand Cody my card to pay for the meal, and he denied it, saying he was paying. When he pulled up to the window, he stuck his card out to the cashier, looked over and smiled at me rather smug, as though he'd won a battle I wasn't even fighting with him. We sit and I eat. Cody tells me about his hobbies and his time on the dating apps. I realized very quickly this was not the guy for me. He looked barely anything like his picture, and at this point he was being very pushy. Between not calling me my nickname, insisting he drive me everywhere, and insisting he pay for everything, he was also smoking quite heavily, which for me is a big turnoff. I finished my nuggets and found I was not hungry for the fries. It was too early for me to politely leave, but Cody just didn't want to sit still. He wanted to go on a joyride. I agreed to this since the weather was really nice. Cody took this as an opportunity to hop on the interstate and drive straight out of town with me. Now, I didn't panic at this even though I'm new to the area. I still knew generally where we were going, and I've got a keen sense of direction and an iPhone in my pocket. Then, though, Cody decided to drive off the interstate. and started driving down a heavily wooded road. My discomfort level went through the roof. I looked at my phone. So, where are we going? There's a nice place down here to relax. Well, what's this place called? Oh, it's called Sadie's. Okay, well, I've been there before and this road definitely won't take us there. We're on the way to Colchester. Cody took his eyes off the road and stared up at me in shock for a moment. He stopped the car and said, "Nope, not going this way. That's where the Bunny Man lives." Apparently there was an urban legend about a man in the 70s who dressed in a rabbit suit and threatened to kill people with axes, though there had never been any actual deaths. He immediately turned around and headed back up the road where we came from. At this point, it had been long enough for me to finally say, "Well, this has been nice, but I'd like to get going home now." Cody agreed to take me home. We got back to the exit onto the interstate, but he deliberately drove the wrong way. "Hey, the city is that way." I pointed to the opposite direction. "Well, I know another way to get there." "That's not possible. The county is north of us and you're driving south." "Well, you don't know that." "I can see all the surrounding roads on my phone, dumbass. None of them go that way. We have to turn around." I don't remember what he said to this, but he did turn around and go the other way. 10 minutes of uncomfortable silence followed, and I finally saw my exit coming up. Cody said nothing. My exit came closer. He passed it by. At this point, I was both scared and furious. "What gives, dude? That's the exit to my place." "Well, I don't drive on roads I don't know." "What are you talking about? My apartment is right there. It's where you picked me up tonight. You've been there before." Cody just completely lost it. He lost his shit at me. At this point, I took a deep breath and considered my options. I can't jump out of a moving vehicle. This guy didn't have any more muscle than I did, but if he had a weapon, I was fucked. Instead, I took my phone out and turned on the map, routing the quickest new route to my apartment. I told myself that if he made one more wrong turn, I was calling the police and saying someone won't let me out of their car. Cody took the next exit. We passed by the Wendy's from earlier and stopped at a light. I considered gunning for it, just jumping out, flipping him the bird, and calling my roommate to pick me up. I was in a public area now, so he couldn't exactly pull anything. I still wish I had done that to this day, but I did not. Cody took me back to my apartment complex and dropped me off in the garage. I said nothing as I got out and left the bag of Wendy's fries behind. I was living in a gated community at the time, and instead of heading to my gate, I go to the clubhouse around the corner to get out of sight. Then I immediately went inside since the door locks behind me. There's a few things I do and don't know about that night. The first is that Cody was a complete and total control freak. He tried to deny calling me my preferred name, wouldn't let me pay for anything, and wouldn't let me drive either. He also became increasingly angry anytime he was told to do something, such as take me home. I'll never know what Cody wanted for that night. I don't know if he was trying to take me to some place where friends of his would rob me or worse. I just know that many times he tried to take me someplace I knew wasn't home. I remember shaking for a solid 2 hours when I got home, unable to comprehend what just happened. I'm somewhat glad of the Bunny Man legend, because it clearly scared him into turning around and going the other way. Maybe he really had no idea where he was going after all. I don't know. This was a good 8 years ago, and the memory of Cody still haunts me sometimes. I check the news in that county occasionally, to see if anyone has disappeared just in case. I did the monumentally stupid thing of getting into a stranger's car, and I'll never know what price I could have paid if I didn't have the situational awareness when push came to shove. This whole thing started about a year ago. I tried to post it back then but got rejected because wall of text, and I was too busy to fix it at the time. I was only reminded of it when last week the first occurrence in several months reminded me of the entire thing, so of course I wanted to share it with you all. I live in a ranch-style home in the middle of Missouri on 1.8 acres of nothing but woods. We bought this house almost 2 years ago. The house was vacant for over 8 months before we purchased it, and the realtors had problems with squatters about 3 months into the house being for sale. They said nothing had happened since, though. My elderly grandmother lives with me, as I'm her caregiver. It's just the two of us and our dogs. We moved into this house in early October of 2016. The first incident occurred in March of 2017. At first, we started seeing a bunch of plastic bags and trash around the back of our house, much further out than either of us ever go. We didn't think too much of it, but we did make a mental note that raccoons or something could have been getting into our trash. I put some bungee cords on the cans to hold the lids down, and wrote it off at that. One night I was coming home much later than normal, and around 1:30 a.m. All of the land is fenced in, but there is one back gate. Near the back gate, I saw a bunch of trees rustling. There was a lot of wildlife in our area, so I assumed that's what it was. I got this horrible feeling in the pit of my stomach though, so I decided I had to go check it out. The ground was dry enough that I was able to drive through the yard in my car with the doors locked. I shone my headlights on the trees, and a man came running out of them. If that wasn't terrifying enough, he ran straight for the gate, as if he knew exactly where it was, hopped over it, and left. I was so absolutely terrified I called my dad who lives in the area. He explained to me how large the homeless population of people is in our area, and that he'd be over the next day to put a lock on the gate. About 2 weeks after this incident, I was letting my dogs outside. One had already gone back inside, and the other was playing hard to get as usual. I began calling out her name. It wasn't even dark outside. After about 3 calls, another voice, distinctly male, started calling out her name as well. She began barking aggressively and running for the house. I freaked out, but again let my family talk me out of making a call to the authorities. About a month passed by. My grandmother has a habit of forgetting to close the garage door behind her. At around 11 p.m., our neighbor from across the street knocks on our door. He says he was outside smoking, and he saw 2 men standing in our garage talking. He said as soon as he started walking over, they took off. What scares me the most about this event is that they stole nothing, and there was plenty to steal. We have a brand new refrigerator, leaf blower, power tools. My grandma even leaves the keys in the car. But all that time, they were just sitting there talking. This time I called the police, and they told me in the nicest way possible they couldn't do jack shit. There was another incident to call them and not scare the men away. The final incident of 2017 happened probably 3 months after the prior one. We have a sun porch attached to the outside of the house, and the door connects to the kitchen, the outside door to the deck. Basically, we left for several hours to go grocery shopping. We came home and all our deck furniture was stacked on top of each other. The screen was ripped off the sun porch door. I called the non-emergency hotline for my area, and again they said with no idea who these people were, nothing could be done. About 2 weeks ago now, we had our white vinyl fence power washed. Because the fence is quite old, a post came off of it, and the company that power washed the fence didn't know how to fix it. We didn't blame them, so they had no reason to. We left the post in the front yard, but up against the fence. We came back home a couple days later, and the post was nailed back up with a smiley face sticky note attached to it. This very easily could have been a kind neighbor, but I was immediately spooked nonetheless. Cut to Saturday of last week. My grandmother is able to drive again, but doesn't have her own car. I'm busy working around the house, so she decides to take herself to the doctor. My grandmother leaves the house through our door connected to the garage, and I lock it behind her. It never dawned on me to check to make sure she had closed it. About 20 minutes after she left, someone started heavily banging on the door. When I say banging, I mean it sounded like the SWAT team. Someone was putting all their force into pelting that door. My dogs were going nuts, and I didn't know what to think. I started to think maybe my grandma had left something behind and was trying to get my attention, but a little voice in the back of my head stopped me. There's no way a little old lady is banging on a door that hard. Suddenly it stopped, and I heard a deep and distinctly male voice laugh. I grabbed the baseball bat out of my bedroom and locked myself in the bathroom with the dogs. I realized I'd left my phone outside the bathroom, but I was too afraid to go and get it. I took the lid of the tank of the toilet, so now I had 2 weapons. Nothing happened, and I hid in that bathroom until my grandma came home again. So, that's the story. I know there wasn't some big confrontation or climax, but I fear that story may not be over yet. I don't know if any of these events are connected at all, but I've got it in my head that they are. And I'm driving myself nuts to the point where I'm afraid to be alone in my own house. The only reason I even included the fence incident is because there hasn't been a single sketchy thing happen in 2018, and then someone just fixes the fence. Less than a week later, another scary encounter happens. I honestly don't know what to think. I'll update if anything else happens. So, rather, this one or multiple people, I really hope whatever this is over, and whoever's doing this, let's not meet. I used to lurk Let's Not Meet a lot because I find stories like this fascinating, and then I remembered I had a story of my own from way back when. This happened probably about 15 years ago, so pre-cell phone days. My mom and I had gone to a movie at the movie theater by my house in the evening. It was so fun, and I really enjoyed our time together. My parents were really awesome, and they took us out for outings like this on several occasions. Sometimes as a whole family, sometimes just as a one-on-one affair. The movie theater we had gone to had one of those Dance Dance Revolution games, and at the time I was completely in love with them. I begged my mom to let me play it once before we went home. She said yes and stood to the side of the machine while I booted up the game. I was wearing terrible shoes to play with. They were like dress shoes with a slight heel, so I didn't do very well. I only wanted to play the one round and then leave. As I was playing, a man had walked up to my mom and started a conversation with her. I have no idea what it was about, but my mom is a very polite person, and so made small talk as she waited for me to finish up. I finished and we went to make our exit. This is when things got really weird. The movie theater itself did not have a very big lobby, but it had 2 sets of doors with parking lots on either side. The front door came out onto a larger shopping complex parking lot, and then the back door faced out onto a small parking lot with overflow parking across the street. The doors to both sides were also flanked by very large floor-to-ceiling windows that allowed pretty good oversight into the parking lots. Thank God we had parked in the front parking lot, because at the time there was not much happening in the back and way less people. The man had walked out with us into the parking lot to go to his truck. As a child, my siblings and I were always taught to be wary of strangers, even the ones that seemed kind and innocuous. For that reason, I was very on edge that this man continued to walk with us and make conversation with a young woman and her child. I kept thinking that maybe I should say I had to go to the bathroom or something, so we could go back into the busy, well-lit theater. My mom must have been thinking the same thing, and stopped very abruptly. She said to the man that she had forgotten something inside the theater, and very firmly and quickly led me back into the theater and the women's bathroom. When we got inside, my mother very quickly explained to me that the man had been digging around in his pockets and kept saying he couldn't remember where his truck was. My mom explained to me she did not want the man to know what our car looked like. I suspect she was worried he would overpower us and force his way in. He was probably around 300 pounds easily. I was a very anxious child, and having my gut feeling confirmed by my mom sent me into hysterics. I was crying hysterically and begging my mom to please tell the theater and have us walked out to our car, or at least have them let her use the phone to call my dad to come meet with us. Kudos to my mom, who I know was very scared too and said so, but told me to remain calm. We would remain inside the theater for a while so we could think about what to do. Holding my hand, she led a now terrified me into the lobby and looked out the window. The man was standing a ways away from the door. We stood back from the windows, so to this day I'm not sure if he could see us or not. I was frantic at seeing him still waiting there, and was convinced that harm would come to both of us. My mom told me not to worry though, and that we would stay in the theater for as long as we needed to. Finally, after what seemed like a good 30 minutes, the man gave up and walked out of the parking lot. We remained inside after he had walked away for another 15 minutes or so, and we left as other people were leaving and made our way to our cars swiftly. Obviously, the man did not follow us or cause us any harm, but my mom was very frightened. When we got home, my dad was extremely pissed this had happened. She and I are both very reserved people, so I'm sure the reason my mom did not say anything to the theater or call my dad is because she didn't want to make a scene or cause any trouble. I'm thankful that she taught me street smarts, as they've saved me from a lot of situations as I got older and did not have her by my side. The best advice she ever gave me was that any decent person would not be offended by a young girl or woman being afraid of them or declining to help them, since they would probably understand why they'd feel that way. This is a long story as it's been over 5 years in the making. I don't really care to give up my identity, but I didn't want this on my actual account, so I deleted it a while back. The catalyst for me to repost it today on a throwaway is that it's cathartic. Last week, yet another court date for ex-beauty queen Stalker came and went. We'd been expecting things to proceed with her entering a plea of guilty or not guilty, but no such luck. We got another vague reason as to why she's not ready, and a new court date issued months from now. There have been many court dates since she's been arrested. It's been over 18 months since she was arrested for her continued stalking and harassment, and she still wants to drag things on, seemingly to try and stay relevant in our lives. Anyway, on to the story. To recap, my husband dated a beauty queen title holder of a well-known pageant before me. They had broken up long before we met. She was a statuesque blonde, very tall, a knockout in her day, in my opinion. This is somewhat important to the story, I guess. But while she was a dazzling pageant winner on the outside, on the inside, oh boy, she could be charming and beautiful if she needed you, but mostly she treated people around her terribly, including my husband, and he eventually broke it off with her. But she never went away. She would continue to call and email, repeatedly, even after my husband and I met. If anything, after that point, her calls increased. She would call over and over again, day and night, even after my husband blocked her number. She would ask for money and threaten to go to the police, claiming he abused her if he didn't give it to her. Obviously, he did not give her the money. This made her very upset. The threats increased over time and became more and more malicious, but when that didn't work, she would switch tactics and try and sweetly ask him for help. With certain projects she was trying to get off the ground, or more accurately have him do the work for her and her take the credit. She would always promise that if he just did this one last thing for her, she would finally go away. He did not ever reply. So she would go back to being malicious, any tactic for attention, or for what she really wanted, money. My husband was terrified because, of course, while he never did anything to her, it would be her word over his, and he was terrified of ruining his reputation and career. We unfortunately ended up at an event that she also attended. She had been waiting for us to arrive, and had placed herself near the entrance of the event. As we walked in, she stood across the room looking me up and down, laughing and whispering into the ear of her date, making a point to try and make me as uncomfortable as possible. But that was all okay. She was easily ignored, at least until she ambushed me as I came out of the bathroom. She had very clearly been waiting for a moment when I was all alone. She towered over me. I had no intention of having it out with her, as I hurriedly walked to find my husband, but she kept pace beside me, hunched over so she was at my eye level. She was like a caricature of herself as she ambled beside me, smiling maniacally. "Where's your man?" she hissed in her heavy accent. Her eyes were black. She looked like something out of a Tim Burton movie, hunched over with that crazy demonic smile. "Watch your back, pug," she added, grinning. What I didn't know then was that while I was in the bathroom, she had walked over to my husband and thrown her arm around him while he was in mid-conversation with someone, and introduced herself to the man he was talking to, as if she and my husband were together. My husband unwrapped himself from her clutches and told her to beat it. She then beelined and waited for me to come out of the washroom. After that, we stopped going to the parties. The last time we ran into her was at a funeral for a mutual friend. She followed me around at the wake. As my husband was talking to the man's widow, I was talking to a friend and his wife. She walked right up and stood with us, joining us mid-conversation as if she were a part of the group. It was so unnerving and bizarre. It was a funeral though, and I didn't want to cause a scene there. I silently picked my wine glass off the bar and walked away, leaving her with the couple I had been speaking to, and her staring at me with a smirk on her face. All in all, this was annoying but manageable. However, the emails, the calls, they just never stopped. She would call my husband over and over, day and night, even though he had long ago blocked her number. She would drive by our house. I even found my car keyed one night after I left it outside, but I obviously couldn't prove it was her. Enough was enough though. My husband had a lawyer send a cease and desist. After the first, she called him from a private number. He answered and she said, "Hey, it's me," in a sing-song voice like they were the best of friends, and he hadn't just sent her a lawyer's letter ordering her to stay away from him. He said nothing and hung up. Another cease and desist was sent. Then a third. It seemed nothing would ever make her go away. She didn't actually think my husband was capable of not wanting to be with her. Because, her beauty. Eventually, though, she got pissed that he was not giving in, so she decided to take things to the internet. I had known she was absolutely checking out my social media, but I don't really use it much, so I didn't really care. She created a fake Twitter account and tweeted my husband's name as a fraud, and tagged his colleagues, friends, investors, family members, every single person she could think of to try and ruin his reputation and career. On New Year's Eve, she posted on my Instagram account at exactly 12:01 a.m. Happy New Year's, Scrud. Social media settings were all but set to private. We went to the police armed with the emails threatening to give her money, or she would go to them. She was charged with 2 counts of harassment and a restraining order was put into place. To our shock, the next day after her arrest, our phones were buzzing. This story had made the front page of the news. Clearly a slow news day. Her day in court came right before COVID. We arrived at the courthouse and sat down. She walked in and we were shocked by her appearance. Actually, shocked is an understatement. She was unrecognizable from her former self. Gone was the statuesque, dazzling blonde. She had apparently shaved her head and was wearing a short, ratty brown wig. She had gained about 80 pounds and was now sort of hunched over. With her new height and girth, she looked kind of like a linebacker. To add to her new look, she wore a bulky brown men's overcoat and a scarf tied over her wig like a babushka. My immediate thought was, her outside now matches her inside, I guess. But it was her eyes that I noticed the most. About a year earlier, we had shown a photo of her to our kids, so that if she ever approached them, they knew to run. At the time, my son, who was young, commented that she just had some mean eyes, straight from the mouth of babes. Maybe it was that she had changed so much physically overall, but her dark eyes had narrowed into these deep black slits. As she scanned the courtroom and saw us in court, she would turn around every so often to look back at us and glare. She would whisper in her lawyer's ear and laugh as if she were having a grand old time. She had this pair of big round cheap sunglasses she would put on and take off intermittently. When she addressed the judge, she would put them on, and he asked her to remove them. We thought all this was her putting on a brave face and treating this all like a joke, but we were about to find out that even getting arrested would not slow her down at all. Hell, the restraining order didn't seem to faze her either. If anything, it angered her more. From then on, every day, every night and day, she would post from multiple fake social media accounts, posting photos of myself and my husband. She would put my husband's photo with captions like pedophile and other terrible names that included racist and transphobic comments and captions. To give you a slight idea, she posted altered pictures of my husband, photoshopped to look like he was wearing heavy makeup and referring to him as pre-op transgender. She posted altered and unflattering photos of myself, calling me old and ugly, and that's just the G-rated stuff. Listen, I'm no beauty queen myself. The name-calling, while obsessive and gross, wasn't what bothered me the most. Although, I'm not going to lie, seeing hundreds of photos of myself on her fake Twitter account calling me ugly, and obsessively pointing out every single perceived flaw did succeed in getting me down a few times. So why did I keep looking then? Because it was like getting a glimpse into her unraveling mind, just in case it was a clue of what she was capable of thinking of doing next. Because it wasn't her insulting posts that fazed me. What bothered me were the more sinister captions. Keep an eye on your kids, because I'll be watching. Or, why don't you plant some flowers in your front yard? Be good to your kids, because you never know what could happen. Hey, how was your Uber Eats order? She would post pictures of me with an arrow directed to my head, which I perceived to be a gun. She posted pictures of my husband's workplace, which he was not allowed to be within 2 blocks of in accordance with the restraining order. But the restraining order. But the police said this could be a picture she took from the internet. She began to post Agatha Christie quotes like, "Every killer is usually someone you know well," or "Your end is near." Her Twitter profile banner picture was taken from a movie poster called Stalker, like she was in on the joke. We called the police again, but they said there was nothing they could do because she didn't explicitly tag us. Well, I still took screenshots of everything. Many of her posts were nonsensical, but most were photos posted of us on this fake account, all altered with derogatory or ominous captions. No matter what we did though, we just could not get her shut down. I became anxious anytime my kids were outside shooting hoops in the driveway. My elderly mother wouldn't take the baby out in the stroller. She was too scared. It affected all of our lives. Life became so dramatic. She would start to taunt us, saying things like, "Catch me if you can." She would post close-ups of her dog's genitals or a piece of her dog's shit with my name on it, the implication obvious. It bothered me that she now had a dog, since I didn't think someone like her was capable of caring for anything living. Then the calls started back up, this time to our home line. Bitch, then a hang-up. Karma will get you. Then weird chant-like calls as if she were reciting a curse or something. Sure enough, she started posting photos of a pentagram and candles, as well as some sort of altar. Finally, the police asked us to come in and give video statements. We gave them a drive containing thousands of screenshots of posts she had made. They arrested her again and charged her with 2 more counts of criminal harassment. My husband was extremely angry at this point, but as Mama Bear, I just wanted to get this all over with. She mentioned the kids frequently and ominously many times in her online rants, also calling them rude names too, which I won't repeat here because those are the things that upset me the most. The judge also issued a social media ban for her. By the time she was rearrested for the second time, her fake Twitter account, which was literally mostly insults or references to my family, had 16,000 tweets in a 3-month period. She also had no followers at all. So all of these were just posts to herself. The porn sites I had been continuously being tagged on stopped. Things quieted down tremendously. But I still get follower requests I believe are her. At this point, we're all on edge. I kid you not, I felt weird walking into my kitchen at night to make a sandwich, feeling creeped out she may be outside watching. I put nothing past her, as nothing is more dangerous than a desperate woman with nothing to lose, which by the way was one of the quotes she posted as well. I honestly have no idea what's wrong with her. I believe from what I've researched that she is a malignant narcissist. Perhaps some other mental issues at play here too, but I can say she was a terrible person long before she decided to try and make our lives miserable. Crazy beauty queen turned stalker, I would love nothing more than to never meet you again. But if going to court helps you stay away from us forever, then bring it. As an aside, I wanted to mention that we heard from a reliable source that after my husband broke up with her, she allegedly became known to police for other reasons. While my husband dodged a bullet regarding her threats to go to the police saying he abused her, apparently other men had not been so lucky. Since I can't post pictures, I'll leave you with another one of her posts. One that may not make much sense, but to us, it was a statement to let us know she enjoys this drawn-out court process. Violent women, and the cruelest, never answer questions. They like to continue the misunderstanding indefinitely, so I seek to contact people only in order to torment them. My cruelty is my last attachment to this world, and my last chic. Hi everyone. I'm really writing this out as a way to vent because I'm in a situation where I feel really stuck. Any advice is appreciated, but I'm not sure there's anything that could be said that would actually help much. I've personally tried just about everything. I'm going to start from the very beginning. This is a story 2 years in the making, so I'll try to be as thorough as possible. In 2019, I graduated with my master's degree and moved to a relatively rural area for my PhD. Thinking we'd make an investment, my dad and I purchased a house. The intent was to rent it out once I'd completed my PhD. This house was only a block away from a dive bar where my dad was able to make some pretty good friends. He introduced me to everyone, and everyone let me know that I would be so happy in my new house because my next door neighbor was just the nicest guy you could ever meet. So we met the neighbor, and he did indeed seem nice enough. He suggested we exchange numbers, just in case I ever needed anything. I thought it was a pretty good idea at the time. I mean, what's the worst that could happen, right? Well, a few days later, my dad left to go back to his home in another state, and I was left to my own devices. Literally, the very day he left, it started. My neighbor texted me while I was away, and let me know he left a gift for me on my front porch. In this text exchange, he started using pet names like Sweetie and Cutie. I went home and he had left a hand-painted feeding dish for my cats in my mailbox. At this point, I wasn't alarmed though. He was just being nice, I thought. The next day, he sent me more texts with pet names, and I took the opportunity to make sure he knew I was not interested in anything romantic. He replied back with this rambling text about how all a person ever needs in life is friends, and he would just like to be friends with me. After that, he would send me texts frequently. Everything from inviting me fishing to telling me he left more gifts on my porch. I would often not reply or would just tell him I was busy. I didn't want to be rude, but I also had no interest in any sort of relationship with him, other than purely neighborly. One night I got a text from the manager of the bar down the street, letting me know that if my neighbor knocked on my door, I should not answer. She then told me that my neighbor had walked down to the bar with a hatchet and told someone that he was hearing voices that got louder as he got closer. He threatened to kill someone with it if the voices didn't stop. They called the police and the police took the hatchet from him, but they made no arrest. The manager of the bar picked me up and I spent the night at her house. She told me that the police had said my neighbor was on meth. After that, I tried to keep my distance even more, but things just got even weirder. One day, I went out to my car to find a dead squirrel in my driveway. The squirrel had very clearly been run over and moved to right in front of my driver's side door. I just stepped over it, got in my car, and left. When I returned home, I found that it was gone. Shortly after arriving, I received a text from my neighbor that said this: "Hey, something or someone put a dead squirrel in your driveway. Don't worry, I moved it out of the way for you." I felt like this was a weird way to word this, and I began to suspect he was the one who'd placed it there in the first place. Another time, I walked out of my house to see he had placed an unspent shotgun shell on the bricks in his front yard. He came out and told me this was to serve as a warning for anyone walking between our houses. For the next couple of months, I did my very best to avoid him. He would text me inviting me over, and I would come up with an excuse or just ignore him completely. I wanted to remain cordial since he was my neighbor, but it was getting very annoying and I was starting to be uncomfortable. He would text me as soon as I arrived home, telling me that he was watching me come and go from my house. Around Halloween, he handcrafted a large casket and wrote, "Here lies the last son of a bitch who played mind games, November 2012. What the fuck? All this time still sending me these texts. Eventually, I got fed up with it and stopped responding completely. Less than 2 weeks after I stopped responding, he threw a 50-pound flower pot at my front door. You know those big concrete planters? Yeah, one of those. I called the police, who advised me to get a stalking no-contact order. A few days later, I was watching TV when a notification popped up that my neighbor was trying to cast a video to my screen. I declined it twice and filed another report with the police. During this time, I started the process of getting a stalking no-contact order. I saw 3 different victim advocates, who all told me different things. I went out of town for a conference, and during that time someone attempted to break into my home. I had an ADT security system, so while they didn't succeed, I was aware of the attempt. After the conference, I came home to the entire world shutting down because of COVID. I was trapped inside 24/7, with my stalker neighbor next door. Luckily, the court proceedings for protection orders didn't stop. Right before court, he sent me a text telling me he was sorry for all he'd done, and that he could tell right away when he saw me outside that he'd made me uncomfortable. Then he went on to tell me he could tell my hair had gotten longer, and I was looking more beautiful. I went to court and provided all the evidence I had. The timeline of everything that had ever happened. The texts he sent me asking if I wanted a massage. The texts I sent him telling him the way he was speaking to me was inappropriate. The text saying that he knew he made me uncomfortable. I also told the judge I suspected that he attempted to break into my house while I was out of town. The kicker is, the guy didn't even deny any of it. Actually, he told the judge that he took full accountability for everything. He said he was in recovery and trying to turn over a new leaf. He didn't oppose the protection order at all. So in March 2020, I actually received the stalking no contact order. Everything went pretty quiet for a while. I mean, he still did some weird shit, but that's just because he's a weird guy. It wasn't anything that made me fear for my safety. That is, until he got hooked on drugs again. This time I found an unspent shotgun casing in my flower bed. It was consistent with the one he had previously used to send a warning. This occurred a couple months after I started dating my boyfriend. I suspect it was meant to be a warning to him. After this, and for a variety of reasons, my boyfriend moved in with me. He moved in pretty quickly, but everything turned out fine on that end. We're still together and as happy in our relationship as we can be. New Year's 2021, I was suddenly awoken to yelling. I turned on my security cameras and got footage of him sticking his head out his window, screaming obscenities at my bedroom window for about 7 minutes. It doesn't sound like a long time, but when a stalker is sending threats and obscenities, 7 minutes is a lot. He called me a harlot and said he was going to blow up his house with his gas line. I called the police, who responded. They told me that he'd never said my name, so they couldn't prove it was a violation of the protection order. The officer said, and I quote, "There's nothing illegal about yelling in your own house." They left without even speaking to him. All I could do at this point was do my best to avoid him. I parked on the street because my driveway is pretty close to his front porch. I got used to living with my curtains drawn. I always made sure my cameras were charged, all 5 of them. Yes, because of him, I spent over $1,000 on cameras. Every inch of my yard is covered. Since then, he's been seen by me and other neighbors talking to invisible people who aren't there, going outside and screaming nonsense. This basically brings me to last week. In the morning, I was getting ready for the day when I heard screaming. Someone is going to have to die over this sweatshirt. I turned on the camera. I got footage of him walking around the alley behind my house screaming. Are you fucking proud? How about I get my shotgun? I'll get everybody all fired up. I called the police. Once again, they didn't charge him with violation of the protection order. Instead, they gave him an ordinance violation for disturbing the peace. The police told me that it seems like he's off his medication again. That was that. They left. Last night, I was awoken to hammering outside my window at 1 a.m. He was cutting down his privacy fence horizontally. I called the police for a noise complaint and they just told him to stop. As I write this, he's outside continuing to horizontally cut down his privacy fence. That means that it only stands about 3 feet tall now. This was the only thing that made me feel relatively safe about hanging out in my backyard, and now it's gone. All this is to say, I'm fucking tired. I just want to live in a house where I can be sure my neighbor won't try to kill me one day. Where I can be confident that he's not going to break in. My boyfriend and I are trying to buy a house to move, but it's difficult. I'm a PhD student, so I don't make very much money. Renting won't work because I have 4 cats, and finding a place to rent with so many animals is difficult if not impossible. I refuse to rehome them, so maybe it's partially my fault I'm stuck in this situation. My dad has agreed to co-sign on another mortgage, and I've gotten a second job. We should be able to save up enough money within a few months, but until then, I'm kinda stuck. I just don't know what to do. I'm tired, I'm angry, so I figured I'd write this to vent. If you made it this far, thanks for reading it all. There's still so many different instances that I've left out. I'm just so exhausted. Background. I lived in a border town growing up. Mexico was pretty safe at that time, and high school kids going across the border was no big deal. I mean, our parents did it as well. It was the summer before I went to college, and I worked as a cocktail waitress at a nice club, catering to the white residents of the city, as well as people in the Air Force Base. I was fast becoming friends with another waitress who was a blonde, blue-eyed girl, well off, and whose parents left her by herself at their house by the lake. I was poor and Hispanic, but she was always very nice to me. The club closed at 2 a.m. If we wanted to have fun ourselves, we would have to go to Mexico, because at that time friends' parties were done. This girl had been dating a rich Mexican guy. She was 17 or 18 and he was 19 or 20. He was considered a papi, rich Mexican. The incident. After one of our shifts, my friend asked if I wanted to go with her and her boyfriend to a party in Mexico. I agreed. We were picked up in this beautiful black car by his driver, and he had a couple of friends with him as well, all well off and very good looking. They took us to a club that knew them. As soon as we walked in, the waiters brought multiple bottles of good quality liqueur, mixers, and garnishes. I had a blast, and her friends were very kind and respectful. I did drink a little bit, but not too much. We were only there about an hour when the bar started to close. The guy suggested we go to Boys Town. For those who don't know about the US-Mexico border, there's usually a red light district with drugs, drinks, and prostitution. I agreed to go because I felt safe with my current group. Rich Mexicans, probably well known, and I like adventure. I'm a bit of a risk taker. Any trouble would probably be from cops, and we could just give the crooked cops some cash. We take this fancy car through a dark dirt road outside the small city, until we see the flashing lights of Boys Town, like a movie set. We go to one of the bars and enjoy the show. It's a mix of drunk college boys, Mexican cowboys, and desperate women looking for their mark. I was surprised. There really is a donkey show, but it's not what you think. The whole night my friend's boyfriend and his friends had treated us to drinks. I was getting real drunk and needed to use the restroom. I walked down a red-lit hallway and encountered a prostitute with only a see-through scarf around her hips. She smiled at me and curled her finger to beckon me to a small room. Being the curious girl I am, I was tempted. She was beautiful with wavy black hair. I smiled and started walking toward her before I suddenly felt very strange. Surrounded, I guess is the feeling. I stopped and started to feel very uneasy. She continued to try and lure me into the side room. I shook my head and returned to the table with my friends. Another drink was waiting for me. I took a couple of sips and just felt uncomfortable. I told my friend I suddenly didn't feel so well and asked them to stop buying me drinks. This is the scary part. He turns over to me confused and says, "We haven't been buying your last few drinks." Like, nothing? What the fuck? I quickly turned to the bar and noticed that several men I didn't know were looking my way. Someone I had never met before was sending me drinks. I told the group that I had to go and that if we didn't leave I would make a scene. We left immediately. I headed home and didn't speak. I felt super wired and amped. I haven't felt like this before or after. It was just, I was feeling off and out of control. I got home at around 6 a.m. My mother was just waking up and wondering what I'd done. I told her I'd hung out with my friend, her boyfriend, and their friends. I proceeded to stay up wired for hours, trying to act normal. Maybe I'm being paranoid, but I think someone was trying to hurt me or trick me. I was a pretty girl who was poor. If I disappeared, so what? Was that prostitute trying to get money out of me? Or was she luring me into a trap? Who was buying me those drinks that ended up with me feeling out of control? Context. I was 26 at the time, and I'm a lady. I needed gas, and it was around 11 p.m. on a Saturday night. I pulled into a busy gas station to fill my tank. except it was completely bare, not a single car in sight. I also live in Alaska, so it was very cold this night, maybe about -10 degrees. Tired after work and just wanting to get home, usually I start my pump and sit in the car, due to the freezing cold. This time though, I had a really weird feeling that I needed to stand by the pump, so I did. I had just started pumping my gas when this little golden sedan pulled right in next to me. The guy got out, and I started feeling hyper-vigilant for some reason. He started cleaning his completely clean windows as he pulled back the squeegee and started towards me. I felt like I wanted to run away, but I stayed calm and continued pumping. He asked me if I would help him put windshield wiper fluid in his car, because he ran out and he didn't know how to open the hood. I laughed it off and told him I didn't know either, which was a lie. He kept getting closer and closer to me, trying to lure me into his car by saying there's something under his seat he can't reach because he's too big. Now I'm 5'2" and petite. This man was large and scruffy. Think Alaska wilderness dude. At this point I was freaking out and hitting the call button on the pump. He took a step back and started to go back to his car. I thought I was being smart. My gas was almost done. When I looked back to his car, I noticed that the insides of the doors had no handles, all except for the driver's side door. That freaked me out. I was putting the pump back and opening my door. I suddenly realized he was right behind me. He slammed my door shut and yelled, "You're coming with me!" Obviously, I refused. I was petrified. He grabbed my arm and slammed me against my car. I elbowed him as hard as I could. I started to scream at the top of my lungs. Thank God the gas attendant came with a big-ass gun that night, because if not for him, I don't know what would have happened. The attendant pulled the video, and we made a police report. I called immediately after that guy took off. I never heard anything else about it, but I just hope he didn't manage to get some other poor girl alone. I hope I'm remembering this name correctly. It's been many years and I haven't been able to find the website I originally found the information on. However, when I was 14 years old, my friend Jeff came over to my house for a sleepover. Like a lot of 14-year-old boys, although we had tons of things to do, we ended up getting bored pretty quickly. So we decided to play the Bloody Mary game. Now, anyone who has known anything about this game knows that tons of people have given different rules as to how to play. We really believed that it could work, but we knew that in order for it to do so, we'd have to look up the actual rules for the game. So we went online, and we found this really interesting website. This was back in 2001. The website listed that Bloody Mary wasn't actually the only mirror ghost that could be summoned. They had a list of about 10 different ones. If I recall correctly, the one that we decided to do was called Bloody Ted or Bloody Tim or something. And the reason we went about this was because his method of appearance was different. Bloody Mary is supposed to appear immediately behind you. Bloody Ted or whatever, on the other hand, doesn't. You do the ritual in the bathroom in the dark just like Mary, but this Ted won't show up until you go to bed. Apparently he would crawl out of the bathroom mirror, find his way into your bedroom, and kill you while you were sleeping. To us, this was much scarier than just having someone appear behind you immediately. I don't remember the exact details of what you were supposed to do for the ritual, so I apologize if anyone decides they want to do this for whatever reason. I do remember lighting some candles in the dark bathroom, and the two of us standing in front of the mirror. We recited the spell. Then we waited, obviously to see if anything would happen right away. We didn't expect it to because he was supposed to come later that night, and we weren't really sure whether or not we believed in it anyway. After a few moments, we turned on the lights and cleaned up the bathroom. We went back to playing our video games, but as the night went on, we began getting more and more nervous about going to bed. It was as if we were suddenly beginning to actually believe. The later it got, the more tired our brains became, and the more actually we began getting scared and worried something was going to happen. I think both of us could tell the other was growing scared, but we didn't really talk about it. Instead, we just kept ourselves awake for as long as we could. By the time it was really late in the night, our eyes were beginning to betray us, though. We just couldn't keep ourselves up, so we got into our sleeping bags and talked for just a little while longer before we fell asleep. I was surprised at how much this eventually scared us throughout the night. We didn't really believe in it, but I guess the reason it was scarier than Bloody Mary was because you get so much more time to think about it. And we all know the more you think about something, the more real it can seem. I was happy though when I was finally able to fall asleep. I woke up sometime later. It was still dark out. I wasn't exactly sure what had woken me up. I looked over at my clock and it had probably only been about half an hour. I looked over at Jeff and he was deep asleep. Well, it couldn't have been him that woke me up. I then listened closer and heard a creaking noise from the hallway. It could have been the house settling, but then I heard it again and again, and then I knew it was someone walking. There was no light on under the door. My parents weren't the type of people who got up in the middle of the night either. If they did, I doubted they would walk back and forth around in the dark hallway. Fear gripped me as I remembered what Jeff and I had just done in the bathroom. Ted, or whoever it was, must have been summoned. He must have crawled out of the bathroom mirror and was now coming towards our room. The footfalls kept coming one after the other. I was so scared I didn't know what to do. They stopped outside my bedroom door. I was frozen in fear, but I didn't want to be scared alone, so I shook Jeff awake. When he groggily asked me what was wrong, I told him the ritual had worked and Ted was coming for us. He was outside our door. At first, he thought I was joking, but then he watched as the doorknob to the bedroom door began to turn. We couldn't do anything. The knob turned, the latch clicked, and the door slowly opened. Very slowly. In that split moment, we were staring eye to eye with a very large man neither of us had ever seen before in our lives. He looked right at us, and we knew he was Ted. I screamed for my father. The man seemed shocked to see us, and my scream seemed to shock him too. He let go of the door and ran down the stairs. My dad rushed into the room and told us there was an intruder in the house, and for us to remain there. He closed the door. We were terrified, thinking that the man had to be Ted and he was going to kill my father. In that short time as we waited, we heard sirens and police cars pulling up to our house. I wasn't exactly sure what was going on, but the police eventually came to our room to inform us. As it turns out, it was all just a weird coincidence. Of course, the man wasn't Bloody Ted. He was just a burglar. That was why he had opened the door so slowly. He was checking to see if anyone was in the house and awake, and we were. He was quickly arrested. Ted never came that night or any other night, but we never played that game again. Looking back at my past, I cannot understand for the life of me why I ever liked camping. But when my best friend Joey got a tent from his father, we spent many nights camped out in his backyard. Nowadays, I don't really like the idea of sleeping in a tent. But when I was a kid, it was just the most fun thing. I think Joey and I were 9 or 10 when these sleepovers in the tent first came about. We did them nearly every weekend. During the summer, we'd sometimes be out in the backyard for days. It really felt like camping because the backyard was so large. We'd read comic books, eat junk food, and just about anything else you could imagine. Being young boys, we of course told each other many scary stories as well. When I was 12 years old, I was over at Joey's house for a summer sleepover. Before we went out to the tent, we were hanging out in the kitchen. Joey's older brother came over, and he asked if we were going out into the tent that night. We told him yeah. He told us to be very careful, because the past couple of nights he had been seeing someone creeping around in the forest behind the yard. It was probably nothing though, and he let us know he'd be up late if we needed him. The first thing that most people will think is that he was trying to scare us. That's just kind of what big brothers do. But Joey's big brother Ford wasn't like that at all. He was just a really nice guy, and we were sure he was just sincerely looking out for me and Joey. We went out into the tent. We did our normal thing and kept awake as long as we could. But we were very young and we could only stay awake for so long. I'm not sure when we fell asleep, but I know it was late. I should let you know that there were lights in the backyard too. One shone out by the tent if it was turned on by the house. I wasn't sure how long I had been out, but I was woken up by the light suddenly flipping on. Getting up, I looked around for Joey, only to realize he wasn't there. I thought he probably had to go in the house to go to the bathroom or something. He wasn't exactly the type who'd just pee by a tree. But even if he did go into the house, why did he turn on the light by the tent? I tried to cover my face up with my blanket and go back to sleep. I did not fall asleep though. In fact, I heard some noises and assumed that Joey was coming back to the tent. It sounded like someone walking, but I wasn't exactly sure. I do know that he didn't show up though. And when I was listening, I thought I could hear the noises were coming from behind the tent. I was a bit worried and recalled what Ford had said, but also I was wondering why Joey had been gone for so long. I uncovered my head and looked at the tent wall toward the light. It took a few moments, but I saw a shadow of a person walking next to the tent. The shadow was shaped like a very big man, and he was holding an axe. I jumped up as quickly as I could. I ran out the front of the tent and towards the house, and I didn't look back. I ran inside and locked the door behind me. Joey was in there, along with his brother Ford. They were talking and noticed me, and I told them what I'd just seen. Ford then called the police. When they showed up, they found an axe in the backyard laying in a pile with some clothes. It had blood on it. I guess when it was analyzed, they found it was not human blood though. We weren't exactly sure just what was going on. Probably some wacko out in the forest killing animals. But why he walked by the tent with an axe, I'll never know. Why he left his clothes and the axe out there, I'll never know either. I do know, though, that I could never sleep out there again after that. This happened at my friend Keiko's house. She lived outside Osaka in Japan. This is where both of us grew up. Keiko's father worked in Tokyo, and he was almost never home. Her mother was a nurse who worked overnight. Keiko really didn't like being alone in her house at night, so sleepovers were quite common. My parents were okay with me being over there most nights. I've lived in the United States for a while now, and I've noticed many differences in our cultures and beliefs. Our beliefs in the supernatural are a lot more casual than they are in America. Not everyone believes in spirits, I suppose, but it was my experience that most accept the fact that they at least can exist. Anyway, Keiko and I were in the living room watching television. I can't remember what it was that we were watching. All I know is that it was not a scary show, so we weren't exactly sitting around being scared. Early in the night, we heard a knock at Keiko's door. We weren't expecting anyone, so Keiko didn't get up right away. However, when the knock came again, she got up and went to look through the window. No one was at the door. We immediately thought that perhaps it was just some kids playing a mean prank. She came back and we went back to watching our show. It couldn't have been more than 5 minutes later though, and there was a knock at the door again. Just like before, Keiko looked out the door, but there was no one there. We still believed it had to be some rowdy kids. This time, however, as she began walking back to the couch, the knock came again. She quickly looked out the window and told me she still could not see anyone outside. I got up off the couch and then walked over to the door. I was about to talk when we heard that knock once more. This time it was much louder and faster. We were both surprised and we jumped up in startlement. Keiko was right by the door, so she looked out but she still couldn't see anyone. Now we were finally scared. This was way too weird. How is one supposed to react when such a thing happens? I mean, honestly, it's not like we could call the police because there was no one there. If we called Keiko's mother, she would likely just think we were watching scary movies and had frightened ourselves. We did the only thing we could think to do. We went back to the couch and tried to ignore it. Not long after that, we heard the knocks again. This time, neither of us went to answer it. We thought ignoring it would be for the best, but it knocked again and again, and it kept knocking. It was just during the height of this that the scariest part happened. When we thought the knocking had stopped, we heard a voice at the door. The voice leaned against it and whispered this: "Keiko, it's your Aunt Uni. Open the door." The voice was cold and strained and didn't sound like Keiko's aunt at all. It wouldn't have mattered as it had, as Aunt Uni had passed away years before. Another knock and then the voice spoke again. "It's Aunt Uni, Keiko. Open the door." We just looked at each other and wondered. Finally, though, we decided to go upstairs to Keiko's room and ignore it. Up there, we were unable to hear the knocking or voice anymore. It took us forever to sleep that night, and this occurrence never repeated again. But even for just one night, it was scary enough to terrify us both for a long time. One of the most frightening nights of my life happened when I was just a teenager. I was spending the day over at a friend's house on the weekend. We got pretty caught up in what we were doing, as we pretty much always did. I was there for basically the whole day and a really long portion of the night as well. It was pretty late out when I finally decided it would be a good time to head home. My friend had parents that stayed up pretty late at night, but this time they had already gone to bed. He offered to wake his dad up to give me a ride home, but I didn't want him to do that. It was dark and late, and it was going to be a long walk. I had no problems doing it myself, though. He lived on one side of town in a really built-up subdivision. I was in an older neighborhood, in which all of the houses did not look alike. Although it was a small town, it was quite a far walk for me to make. Walking outside, I noticed that it was very windy out. This was in the early fall. School had just recently started. I remember that much. Looking up at the sky, I noticed that it was not overcast quite yet, but the clouds were moving in very fast. They would cover up the moon and then just as quickly move off of it. I wasn't the type of guy who got scared by walking anywhere in the dark. I did that sort of thing all the time, really. I had, in fact, walked from my buddy's house to my house many times late at night. But for some reason, on this particular night, I began to feel very uncomfortable. It was like an old cartoon, where the character breaks the fourth wall and asks if you've ever gotten the feeling like you were being watched. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought at the time, a Bugs Bunny type cartoon. I was really getting this intense feeling of being watched. This was a completely new sensation for me, and it just sort of built upon itself, if that makes sense. Fear or any apprehension just seems to make every other fear and apprehension worse, little by little. It didn't happen right away. The subdivision that my buddy's family lived in was the newest thing in that area. There weren't a lot of trees and there was a ton of open space and plenty of lighting, but immediately after exiting the subdivision and getting onto the road, all of that changed. There was much less light, more plants, and plenty of other things to obstruct your vision. I've since lived in some bigger metropolitan areas, where I've been outside late at night and had other people walking around. This town was nothing like that, however. It was in fact just the opposite. The very fact that I was a teenager and out that late at night would often have a cop stop me and ask me if everything was wrong. I doubt they ever thought anybody was in danger, really, but they were just bored and wanted something to do. I had never felt quite so uneased as I did this night, and I couldn't really explain why at all. I started wondering if there was something out there that maybe my subconscious mind was picking up on, that I wasn't consciously aware of. That made me a lot more nervous, too. To get to my house, I could either go down the mid-street in town, or go through the park. Although the town street would be less intimidating, I decided to walk through the park. Yeah, it was pretty much a bravado thing completely. I told myself it was a good idea to just face my fears. Well, this park in town was actually rather huge. It was surrounded by an asphalt trail, much like you would see in a cemetery or some such. There were trees lined up all along the outside of that trail. There was a field for playing different sports as well. But late at night, none of the major lights for that were on. There were some lampposts in the park, but there were not very many of them. Then, on the really far end, there was this playground for the children. It was eerie walking through there, and I immediately wished to myself that I had just gone through town instead. I decided to just try and get through it. I really wish I could explain it better than I've been doing. I just don't have the ability to be that descriptive. As I walked down the path, I kept looking over at that playground. There was something there that looked like it was moving. There were more lights over there than by me. I suppose that was probably a safety concern for children or something. But I could tell there was something moving just a little. I kept trying to look at it as I moved along, while also walking up against the trees too in order to not be seen. As I got closer, I was finally able to see what it was that was moving. I was surprised to see that it was the merry-go-round. I kept watching, and it came a bit more into focus as I got closer and closer. I could see there were apparently 2 people by the merry-go-round. It looked like one person was lying down, and the other person was slowly spinning the merry-go-round with them on it. It was a weird thing to see at like 2 o'clock in the morning, but I didn't think too much about it. All I really figured was that there was a couple of teenagers, probably older than me, maybe a boyfriend and girlfriend, being out late together. I tried to keep quiet and not let them know I had stumbled upon their extracurricular activities. But to tell you the truth, with how nervous I had been since leaving my friend's house, it made me feel a lot better to see some other people around. It in fact washed away most of the apprehension that I was feeling, and I was able to make it the rest of the way home without worrying too much. It wasn't until the following morning that fear came back to me. You see, because we lived in a really small town, there was hardly ever any crime there. But my best friend had called me up on the phone and asked me if I had heard the news. What he said, well, it made me more scared than anything I had seen the previous night. A dead teenager was found in the park. She was found strangled to death by a few kids, arriving to play on the merry-go-round, upon which she was laying. Well, I had to get in touch with the police, and I had an interview with them. Although no one could say for sure, the thought was that the person I watched spinning the merry-go-round had killed the teenager. I gave them a description as well as I could. It was very scary, being the only witness to something like that, and it made my future walks at night always all the more terrifying. I had a pretty difficult time when I first went off to college. I didn't go to the same college as any of my friends, and I had 1 year of community college at first. Being a sophomore meant that I was able to have a room of my own, so I immediately went for it. I guess, in hindsight, that may have been a mistake because it further isolated me from people. But since I really didn't know anyone at the school, I felt a bit more comfortable that way. I didn't become that social either. I kept my dorm room closed most of the time. I was nervous about joining any clubs because I really didn't know where I would fit in. I felt like I was very out of place amongst the others there, and did nothing to try and make that easier on myself. I liked sleeping in, so I took most of my classes in the afternoon or evening. One of my classes was once a week on Tuesday and didn't end until about 10 p.m. It was on the far side of campus from my dorm, so I was used to walking home late at night on Tuesdays all the way across the campus. This was never something that was scary or anything, because there were normally lots of other students around. This event, however, took place on a very strange night. It was very, very cold outside, and although classes were not cancelled, it seemed a majority of students in the school had decided to just not go. It started snowing during class as well, and that class itself was 3 hours long. There were like 4 of us in the class, if I can remember that correctly. The professor had even asked all of us if we wanted to stop class early, since no one was there, and by that point it was snowing really hard outside. All of us declined, however. We really enjoyed that class, and we all liked the teacher as well. By the time we were done, it was around 10 p.m. The professor dismissed the class, and we all went our separate ways. I didn't have a real idea how hard the snow was falling, or just how cold it actually got until I was outside the door. The wind nearly blew the door closed on me. It was surprising. It was freezing, and the snow was blowing right into my eyes. I needed to deal with it though in order to get back to my dorm room. On the walk back, I tried to cut behind a couple of buildings that I sometimes walked through. There were some trees planted there, and it was generally a really quiet area that I liked walking through. I thought maybe it would allow me a little respite from the cutting winds. As I walked behind the building, though, I noticed a bit of a shape up ahead of me. I could see there was someone else there. I didn't give it a second thought at first because, of course, I was on a campus with 20,000 other students. However, it was really weird that whoever it was not moving at all. They were just standing in place. So yeah, as I walked further and further up toward them, I did begin to get slightly freaked out. I felt like they were waiting for me or something. Still, as I got closer, the person did not move at all. I was having a hard time seeing them very well because of the wind and snow that were hitting my face, but the whole thing was just so eerie at this point. I walked to the side. I didn't want to come in contact with this person in any way. I could tell it wasn't someone I knew, since I really didn't know anyone. As I was walking out of that area, though, something grabbed me by the left wrist. I nearly slipped and fell over, but managed to turn around. The figure had come over to me and grabbed my arm. It was only then that I really got a good look at the person, and I really wish I hadn't. It was this deranged-looking man who was way too old to be a student. I wondered if he might be a homeless person who had wandered onto campus. I struggled to pull my wrist away, but he wouldn't let go. I watched him move his other hand and pull a knife out. Panicking, I began to kick him in the knees. He had first lost balance and let go of me. Then he slipped as well. I also slipped, but I was able to get some traction and I started running. I went to the door to the building that we were behind and got inside. I pulled the lock for the door before I went to look for campus security. The campus police picked the guy up later on. It turns out he had been waiting for someone who was in the class I had been in. That person ended up skipping the class because of the storm. However, they assumed I was that person, and that's why they tried to attack me. The student later confided in me that the guy had been stalking him since the beginning of the semester. He was worried that the guy had grown unstable and might have killed him if he got his hands on him. Problem was, the only thing he managed to get his hands on was me. I used to work at a fast food restaurant in my early 20s. After a few years, I was promoted to a management position and moved to a smaller store in a town called Park City, Illinois. One really interesting thing was that there was a guy who would come into the store I previously worked in. He was a really large guy who reminded me a bit of the lead singer of the group Blues Traveler. He dressed a little bit similarly too. He always came into the store holding this cane that he didn't have to use for walking. Another thing I remember is he always ordered a triple cheeseburger meal, large-sized. I was always friendly with the guy in the previous store, but that was about as far as it went. I never talked to him very much, or really any more than I normally would have for any other regular customer. However, when he began coming into the store in Park City, which was much smaller and much less busy, the guy and I began to start talking more, and we actually began to consider each other as friends. It turned out his name was Paul. He would come into the restaurant between 2 and 5 p.m. a couple of times every week. We were normally very dead at that time period, so I could just talk to a customer for a while if I felt like it. He was unemployed but had a computer programming job for like 17 years. Unfortunately, the company had just laid off a bunch of people. I think he said that his wife was a nurse or something. I know he watched a lot of movies, and he would always show me his collected ticket stubs when he came in. He watched The Matrix a bunch and would always tell me about how good a movie it was. At the time, I had no interest in seeing it though. I figured it was yet another virtual reality movie, and I hadn't seen any movies with that concept actually be good. There was one day that was a bit interesting to me. He had come into the restaurant with a man he called Reverend Bob. They had taped an episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, another thing I didn't watch at the time, and were talking about that and some other things. Paul introduced me to Bob as someone who had studied American Indian shamanism. We all began talking about ghosts and those sorts of things. Bob mentioned to me that although Paul never believed him, he had seen a ghost in Paul's house one time. I don't always, or really never, believe someone when they talk about a ghost sighting. I take each explanation at face value on its own perceived merit, but I was mostly interested in this because it was a friend of mine, and his buddy, and they both didn't agree on if there was really a ghost or not. Anyhow, at that time, Paul told me that he would take me over to his house sometime in case I wanted to see if there really was a ghost there. I was pretty interested in that. At the time, I lived a bit away from the store. I had a place much closer to the one I had previously worked out of, and Paul lived pretty close to the one I was a manager at now. When I first got over to Paul's house, it was actually the perfect weather to be looking at a haunted house. If nothing else, it was a really good atmosphere setter at least. Now, at the time, I guess I considered myself very spiritual and open-minded about that sort of thing. I had never seen a ghost or anything like that. I had done some things like involved myself in a spirit quest, and I had been to a sweat lodge once and seen some things too, but I had never really seen or knew if I believed in ghosts or not. I just didn't exactly disbelieve in them, if that makes sense. I only mentioned that because I had no idea what to expect if I would actually see a ghost. When we went into Paul's house, I experienced something. A feeling unlike any I had ever experienced before. I'm going to do my best to try and describe it, but I'm not sure how well I'll be able to do this. It was like no matter where I stood, anywhere in that house, it felt like someone was peeking around the corner looking at me. Paul noticed immediately how distracted I became and asked me if I could feel anything. I wasn't able to even explain it to him as well as I explained it here. It was the creepiest feeling I had ever experienced in my entire life, and no matter what, I could not shake it. Paul showed me throughout the house, and that feeling lingered the entire time. He showed me the bedrooms, the study. Then we went down into the basement. He had this game in the basement he wanted to show me. He also had a huge collection of Pokemon cards, and he showed me those too. We played a couple of games, and I had a fun time hanging out with him, despite the fact I could not shake this odd feeling. With the presence of my friend, though, I was able to relax and have a pretty good day, actually. When we were going up to the main floor, wanting to get something to eat, I let him go up the stairs first. The stairs were just wooden boards set off in a corner of the basement. As I was beginning to walk up the stairs, I was startled to see two green lights as if they were eyes appear in the darkness underneath the stairs. I jumped back off of them and then saw something move in the dark. Paul noticed what happened. Before I could ask him anything, he asked me this. "Did you see the green eyes under the stairs?" He then flipped on the light switch, which showed me there was absolutely nothing there, much less anything that could have made lights. He explained to me that he had never seen those green eyes before, but the Reverend Bob, the guy he had mentioned earlier, had seen them once and told him about them. He hadn't mentioned it to me previously because if I were to see them, he didn't want it to be because of the power of suggestion from him. But him telling me what I saw before I mentioned it definitely proved to me I had seen something, and I had no explanation for it. Paul and I hung out occasionally in that house for a while after that, but I never had an experience like that ever again. When I was about 9 years old, female by the way, my family used to live in a remote area on the outskirts of town. Considering the location of the suburb, the area was surrounded by warehouses and such. At the time, my family did not have a phone in the house, and neither did our neighbors. There were no cell phones back then either, or they were at least a luxury that not everyone could afford. This took place at the end of the 90s. If I needed to call my mom for whatever reason while she was at work, I had to either go to my dad's work or to a company next to his which was closer and make a phone call. My dad's work was a relatively short walk from our house, probably about 30 minutes or less. At the time, my dad was working at a huge unloading dock for metallurgical and natural resource shipments. In order to get to my dad's work, I had to walk past another adjacent company just like the one my dad was working. I'll call it Docks 2. My dad's work, as well as Docks 2, had a sort of watchtower. It was really just a cabin mounted at the top of a tall platform, and you needed to go up a decent amount of stairs to get to the top. There was always a guard inside overseeing the whole yard from the top during the day and night, just to make sure no one is in danger and there were no break-ins. The phones were located only on on-site watchtowers at the time. Docks, too, were much closer to our house, about a 10-minute walk away. One day, as I've done many times before, I went to the docks, too, to make a call. I climbed the stairs and knocked on the door, and was welcomed by a guard I used to see quite often and knew very well. However, that day he was not alone. A new guy, 28 I think, was there. Apparently he was a new employee hired to work shifts. He was this very tanned white guy, always wearing military-style outfits. I was just an average-looking child, looking pretty much exactly my age. My hair was very blonde, which made my cheeks always appear rosy red, and gave me an even more childish appearance. Well, when the new guy saw me that day, he just could not take his eyes off me. As soon as I was about to finish my call with my mom, it's just one room so everyone could hear my conversation with her, the new guy went outside to smoke. When I came out too, he smiled at me and asked me what my name is and whether I came here often to make calls. I don't remember what I said, but I felt very shy because he was staring so deeply into my eyes. I'll just call him the creep. Fast forward a bit and I came to that tower to make a call again. There he was, but this time he was alone. I spoke to my mom and was about to leave when he asked me if I wanted any tea, to which I refused. He then proceeded to ask how my school was going, things like that. He offered to help me with my homework as well. However, I told him I had it all sorted. It was harmless, but quite strange. On a side note, I just want to say that he gave me shivers when I was near him. Whenever he looked at me, he looked drunk, which was very unsettling. Mind you, he wasn't actually drunk, but his eyes would just get so hazy, and his face would flush bright red. Sometime later, I saw him again. This time I was walking to my dad's work with my friend, and he was doing some digging in docks too. When he saw me through the metal fence that was separating us, he leaned against his shovel and just stared at me. He didn't say hi or anything like that. After those encounters for quite some time, I took alternative routes to see my dad or play with my puppies at my dad's work, or make calls to my mom, because this guy just really freaked me out. One day though, I had to call my mom urgently. My dad's work phone didn't work, so I had to go to the Docks 2 tower, just hoping I wouldn't see him there. Well, of course he was, and oh boy was he so happy I came. He was complaining how I don't come to see him anymore. As I was making a call, he grabbed another chair and sat right next to me very close. It took a while for the call, because my mom was busy with something, and someone went to get her whilst I was on the line. It felt like hours waiting, and this creep was just sitting next to me looking at me and smiling. When my mom finally got to the phone, he got up and went to make me tea and brought some biscuits. When I was done talking, he insisted I have some. I didn't though. He just kept on trying to strike up a conversation, but this time the tone was different. He asked me how old I was exactly. I told him 12 or 13. I have no idea why I lied that I was older than 9. He told me his age, and although I knew he was much older, I felt really weirded out that he wanted to talk to me so badly, or had any interest in being my friend. My alarms did go off when I was around him, but I guess I just didn't feel overtly in danger. When he proceeded to tell me that I was beautiful, and asked me if I had a boyfriend, he asked me if I already dated boys and what type of boys I liked. I just became so uncomfortable and eager to leave at that point. He would just keep trying to drag me into these weird conversations. I could tell he had been drinking that day. When I began to move toward the door, he motioned to follow me. Eventually, we were both outside. However, in order to get down from the tower, you need to walk this narrow path toward the stairs. He stood there blocking it so that I couldn't leave. He got very close to me, and I freaked out. The only escape tactic I could come up with as a child was to pretend I was seeing someone from the top of the tower. I began waving my hand at the road down the bottom and towards the houses in the distance. I pretended I saw someone I knew, saying, "Oh look, that's my uncle. He's waving at me." The creep looked in that direction, but either didn't care or could tell I was lying. I kept telling him that the uncle who waved back was a big angry man, and if I didn't come down this instance and go home, we were both going to be in a world of trouble. The creep didn't budge though. He got even closer and pressed me against the railing. He kept on asking me his weird questions while I was terrified to move, because I didn't want to move my body against his, if that makes any sense. I just froze there. He asked me if I would come on a date with him, and that he was looking for a girlfriend. At that particular moment, though, someone was coming up the stairs to the tower, so he let me go but asked me to come back. I had not told anyone about this encounter at this stage, because I was afraid my parents would get angry at me. I also felt very embarrassed, and thought people would judge me for what happened. Sometime later, I was at home and it was around 9. I know the time because it was my bedtime. Suddenly, out the window, I could see a car come into our driveway. I went to see who it was through the front room window. I could see it was the creep, but this time he had brought other guys with him, blasting music in his car and shouting my name. I have no idea how he learned where I lived. He must have followed me home one day. My dad was outraged. He asked me who these people were, but before I could even answer, he rushed outside. Apparently the creep asked for me to go out with him and his friends. My dad obviously refused, saying I was a child and too young to hang out with them or go out at this time of night. He said that if he ever saw any of them again, he would beat the living day out of them. So, they drove away. I was so upset with my dad that he called me a child in front of them. It was such a stupid thing to get mad about. I think because we lived so far away from everything, I was really keen to make friends as there were no kids around and such. For a while after that, I hadn't seen the creep or heard of him. A significant time later, I was walking to my dad's work again. I had completely forgotten about the creep. He was working in the docks too with his friends. I got scared when I saw him, and even though he shouted hi, I pretended not to know him. He said something to his friends, and I remember so clearly how one of his friends exclaimed loudly, "Her?" I looked at the guy that exclaimed. He was staring at me in utter disbelief. He must have been about 20 or 25, I think. The creep was saying something to him. The friend suddenly screamed at him, "Have you lost your mind?" Clearly, the creep didn't see me as a child like everyone else did. Fast forward again, maybe half a year later. One day I was home alone in the evening waiting for my parents to come back from work. We lived in a very safe community, so sometimes I'd be home by myself for a little bit, after school until my parents got home. I was playing a game whereby I was a singer. I had just cleared this stage in the living room, and I was performing in front of chairs pretending they were a live audience. It was pitch black outside. At some point during my performance, I turned to see someone staring at me through the living room window. That person must have been crouching down, as only the top of his face could be seen from the bottom. As soon as the person realized I'd seen them, they ran away. I was so embarrassed that someone saw me performing, scared and shocked at the same time. It was like I literally got glued to the floor. I don't know for sure whether that was him. Our dog didn't react at all, maybe because the music was playing very loud. I was scared to go outside the house to check, but peered through the window. When I did, though, no one was there. That person had to climb over a wooden fence to get to our living room window. I told my parents about it. I've also asked my friend whether it was him who came around, but he said it wasn't. I don't know whether it was truly the creep. To finish this up, one day I went to the docks too with my dad, as my dad needed something from there for work. I saw the old guard I knew well, and asked about the creep. I was told he didn't work there anymore. I don't know what happened to him. I never told my parents about that though. My brother and I worked across the street from a mini storage place, and roughly 2 years ago, we noticed they had an auction sign out front. We decided we wanted to check it out, so we walked over, hoping to find something interesting. If you haven't watched Storage Wars, the way these work is that the auctioneer opens up the unit, and you're not allowed to enter or touch anything. You only have a window of about 15 seconds to look around and decide if you want to bid. This unit was small, 4 feet by 4 feet, and my brother and I noticed a group of 5 fishing poles amongst other boxes and bags. We had been talking about buying a few poles, and this seemed like a good opportunity, so we yelled out a low bid and surprisingly won. As per the auction rules, we had until the end of the day to empty out the unit. Being a small one, this was a 2 garbage can job. We got out a can and started sorting. It started out promising, finding a nice microscope, a few tools, standard storage stuff. I pulled out a plastic garbage bag and opened it, only to find another tied shut garbage bag inside. I opened that to find another garbage bag. Since nothing terrifying is ever kept in triple-tied bags, I foolishly opened it, only to find the dried, mummified remains of a very old cat. My brother and I just stopped and stared at each other, and since neither of us needed a dried-out dead cat at the moment, we weren't sure how to handle this specific piece of storage unit treasure. We did what we always do when faced with something this out of context. We laughed uncomfortably, until we looked back into the unit and noticed 2 more sets of tied garbage bags. At the end of the day, we found 3 bags with parts of or entire cats. We also aren't doctors, but we're pretty sure there were some dog bits in there as well. Granted, saying it was a storage unit full of dead cats would be an exaggeration, but considering a normal storage unit generally has 0 dead cats, I think a small unit with 3 or 4 could be considered full. As if the multiple bags of dead cats wasn't bad enough, the creepiest part of the whole thing was finding his or her creepy drawings of the cats. A used pink cat food and water bowl too. I spoke with the manager of the storage facility and explained my findings and asked who owned that unit. Obviously they couldn't give me the name, but when I asked if they were perhaps a vet or something, the owner laughed and said, definitely not. He also said that helped to explain why the person's other abandoned unit that had gone up for auction prior had been full of empty cat carriers. Okay, so this happened in 2016 when I was a 17-year-old first-year college student in film school. I'm now 22, and my name is Julia. I lived alone in my first ever apartment. It was really small, but I was really proud of my independence. I never felt unsafe in this apartment for several reasons. First, there were multiple gates in the residence that needed to be opened through a code, which only the people who lived there knew. My door had 3 different locks, and it was right next to the university, so most people who lived in the neighborhood were college students. Nothing bad had ever happened in that neighborhood before as far as I'm aware. I've always been very careful with locking the door when I leave my home. I always check twice, since I have slight OCD. So this one time, I leave to go to class and lock my door, but for some reason I could not get the key out of the lock. It was completely stuck, so I went to the caretaker of the building to help me. He wasn't there and I was getting late for class, so I went to class with the key still in the lock. I took off the keychain first though, so it was not too noticeable. When I got home, the caretaker was back, so he came to help me. We couldn't get it out for 15 minutes, until somehow he did. He told me the lock was damaged, but that I didn't necessarily need to change it if I only locked it once instead of twice. I just said okay, and that was the end of it. I wasn't really worried because of how safe I felt in this building. Flash forward to 2 months later. I was taking out the trash one night around 11 p.m. while on the phone with my sister. I remember telling her that I was doing this, then that I would take a shower afterwards before heading to a party. As I previously said, I always lock the door, even just to take out the trash. Because of my lock being damaged though, I only locked it once. When I got back to my apartment, I found the door unlocked, which immediately alarmed me. I went into the apartment and locked the door immediately, all 3 different types of locks. When you walk into my apartment, which is just 215 square feet, you have the main room in front of you, and the bathroom door immediately to your left. Enough so I could see a man in my shower, turning his back to me. Naturally, when I saw this, I tried to open the door and leave as fast as possible, except my main lock was damaged from 2 months earlier, and I couldn't get it open no matter how hard I tried. In this moment, all I could think was that I had to leave this situation as fast as possible. I jumped out of the window without really thinking. I figured it was the only solution, except I lived on the second floor, so I completely smashed my ankles on the landing. I started running whichever way I could. When I got a bit further from the building, I looked back. I could see a man was there at my window, watching me run away. I thought of two possible outcomes. Either the man was going to jump and chase me, except I wouldn't be able to get far with my twisted ankles, or he would get scared of the height and be locked in my apartment. Thankfully, he picked option 2. I went to hide in a bush a little further and called the police, who arrived just 10 minutes later because I lived close to the station. They kicked my door open, and the man was there just sitting on the couch holding a knife, waiting for me to come back, like he didn't think I would call the police. They arrested the guy and later told me he had already been arrested for sexual assault, rape, attempted kidnapping, and attempted murder. They also told me how everything had happened. Like I said, it was a very friendly neighborhood with mostly college students, so he got inside the building by other people holding the door open for him. He then heard me telling my sister I was going to take a shower, which is why he was waiting in the bathroom for me. He crocheted my lock while I was taking out the trash. He had apparently noticed me on school campus and followed me to my home several times before succeeding in actually coming in. He stayed inside waiting for me because I had recently changed my phone and the previous one was still on the table, so he thought I didn't have a phone to call police. I don't live there anymore, but after that, to get in the building, we all needed identification proving we lived there. Building IDs were created. We had to scan them every time. It was the only way to go inside. Nothing bad happened in the neighborhood after that change, and it's back to being a very peaceful and friendly neighborhood. I live in a small town. It's a very blink and you'll miss it sort of thing. The best we can boast about really is a single stop sign and a gas station, which we only have because of a nearby highway. Any actual semblance of a town is 25 minutes away. So when things get scary out here, it's very amplified. The occasional homeless person is no big deal. They're often just drifting through. Drug addicts run rampant as well and will steal everything they can from your house, but it's the norm out here. However, what happened a few years ago, that certainly was not normal. Originally, I was dead asleep in my bed. I only woke up because it was burning hot in my room, but it was summertime and there wasn't much I could do. I just remember tossing and turning until I got this creepy feeling that fell into the pit of my stomach. I glanced over to the bathroom door that was open with the light on. Everything was normal. I left the light on so I wouldn't trip and die if I had to pee in the middle of the night. Next, though, I glanced at the window directly across from my bed. It had no curtains, but it did have a shitty set of blinds on it. Part of the blinds are broken from wear and tear, and the crappy AC output beneath it would make them move back and forth, so you could get a glimpse of the outside every so often. The yard light was still going, but what made me stop was the outline at my window. A figure of someone was directly at my window, almost like it was waiting for the blinds to move and watch me. I didn't have an active imagination as a child. That had been trained out of me, but the sight was enough to pour every horror film into my head at that moment. I squeezed my eyes shut and pulled my blankets over my head. I slept in a cloth oven that night. By morning time, the figure was already gone. I remember running to my mom's room on the verge of tears in the morning, telling her what had just happened. She laughed at me like I was a stupid idiot and told me it was probably just a stray cat that had climbed up there for one odd reason or another. I almost believed her, since my window was pretty high off the ground, but something just didn't sit right with me. Later that day when we were doing yard work, I glanced over at my window and saw one of our metal patio chairs had been pushed up right against it. I pointed it out to my mom, who proceeded to chew me out. "That's how the cat probably got up there, you moron. Stop leaving furniture everywhere." But I hadn't moved it. It was heavy enough that I struggled to even lift it. We moved it back, and so began a pattern. At night, I'd see this figure, complain to my mom, and we'd find the chair moved back every single morning. This went on for a few weeks. My mother stopped caring about my concerns until one morning we saw where the outside screen of my window had been sliced open. I still remember her shaking her head and complaining about those damn stray cats that we still had yet to see. I could tell she was unnerved by that development, though. I couldn't handle it anymore. I opted to sleep in our living room that night. The only problem was, our kitchen and living room connected, which meant there were always several windows. The first night of my move went well despite my back hurting from the couch. I avoided my room like the plague. It wasn't until about 4 days later we first ran into an issue. I woke up and glanced at the clock above the fireplace. It read a little bit past 3 a.m. I didn't realize right away why I'd woken up until it happened again. There was a beam of light shining in from the kitchen window, almost like someone was shining a flashlight in. I saw it trace along the walls and land on the love seat across from the couch I was on. I was mortified. When I told my mom, she just continued to laugh at me. I gave in and decided I would sleep in my dad's room, even though it had a gigantic window. He slept in the recliner with a huge TV, so it felt safe having someone around. The yard light was directly outside the window. Anyways, it seemed foolproof. That was until I woke up out of habitual fear and watched through the window across from my bed. Everything seemed normal as time drug on, and I felt like I was a moron. Maybe my mom really was right. That was until I saw a lone figure come out of the woods by the backyard shed, walk directly under the light, and head to the patio furniture like he'd been there plenty of times before. I still remember the large build the man had, and the confidence, like he was the one who lived here and wasn't the one creeping around my yard in the dead of night. I just remember listening to the TV until I fell asleep again, hoping to get another glimpse. My dad would have been pissed if I had woken him up. He was grumpy on a good day and terrifying on a bad day. I didn't feel like risking it unless I had solid proof, because I was scared. The next morning, my mom chewed me out again for the patio furniture, which was routine almost a month later. But this time, something new happened. She demanded I stop playing with the toolboxes of the garage. A bunch of tools had been taken out and left on our doorstep. Screwdrivers, a large hammer, flashlights. It wasn't me. I begged with my mom and pleaded with her just to stay up with me one night. We couldn't close our garage because it was an open carport, and I wasn't going to get my ass beaten for touching tools because of someone else. It was driving me mad. Finally, she agreed. That night, we would stay awake in the living room. I fell asleep before my mom did. I remember her waking me up in a complete panic. She pointed to the window that overlooked our garage. We could see the top of someone's head as they walked back and forth. It was the sound of someone placing metal tools down on the brick steps, as if they were trying to be quiet but couldn't fully muffle it. She whispered for me to go wake my dad. My dad was angry, having been woken up in the middle of the night by his frantic daughter. He grabbed his pistol and headed out the back door, towards the front of the house where the garage was located. We heard my dad screaming, and someone dropping tools, then the shot of a gun twice. The frantic footsteps pounding out of the garage felt like they were coming from my chest. My mom peeked out the window, then opened the door, and my dad stumbled in. He had missed both shots because of his unstable aim, but told us there was a man crouching at our front door, looking at our door handle. Needless to say, none of us slept that night, and in the morning the law from the closest town arrived. They didn't do much beside ask if anything had been stolen, ask for a description of the man, and then tell us to install cameras. That was it. They said the guy was probably just looking for something easy to steal for quick money. If that had been the case, though, why hadn't he stolen the tools, the generator, or the welder, or broken into any of the vehicles just sitting there in the garage? We finally set up hunting trail cameras around the house, but nothing happened since then. Coming home from college for holidays, I still have nightmares about the incident years later when I sleep in my own bed. I don't know what he was looking for, or why he did those things he did. Whatever the case may be, though, man at the window, let's not meet. to start this story off, I'm 15 years old, but I look a tad bit older. Still, I probably couldn't be mistaken for more than 17 years old. I'm 5'2" and 110 pounds soaking wet. Anyway, the other day I was walking around Walmart, looking for some new room decor and buying some hair dye. I went to the hair dye aisle by myself and ran into an older man. He told me he was looking for some for his granddaughter, but couldn't find the exact color she wanted because he didn't have his reading glasses on. He told me the color he wanted, and I quickly helped him find it. I also asked a few other questions like how long his granddaughter's hair was, how dark it was, just to make sure he got the right amount of dye, and to tell him if he needed to bleach or not, since the dye was a bright Barbie pink. After making sure he had everything he would need, he thanked me and walked over to the next aisle. I got my dye and walked off to go look at some more room decor. When I was in the aisle with the bedding sets, I noticed the man was there as well. I just assumed that maybe his granddaughter's birthday was coming up and he was getting some nice stuff for her, since this was the girls' bedding aisle. I grabbed the set I wanted and went to go take a look at some fake plants. When I got to the aisle, I noticed the man was there too. I turned to smile at him when I realized that he no longer had the hair dye with him, or any bedding. That's about when I started to panic. My phone had died at some point, because it was dead when I got it out to pocket call my brother. At this point, I remembered that my mom had told me if I ever felt like I was in danger at Walmart, to go over to the phone cases. Since they have to keep them locked in a case so you don't steal them, there would always be a worker there to help. When I got to the phone cases, I asked for assistance getting a case from the locked box. When the worker came over to help me, I quickly explained my situation and pointed the man out to him. Me and the worker both realized at this point that the man was sitting down and seemed to be recording or taking pictures of me. The man told me to give him a second before handing me a random case from the box and going into the back room. The other worker pretended like he was having trouble ringing me up. Then I noticed the worker that had gotten me the case come out of the back room in his everyday clothes before circling around the aisles and coming up to me. He very loudly asked me where I'd been. I told him I was just getting a new case, but there seemed to be a problem getting it rung up. He pretended to argue with me before grabbing the case, handing it to the cashier, and telling him we wouldn't be buying it, and we were leaving now. The worker walked me all the way back to the self-checkout, and waited with me until my brother got there with his stuff. I don't know what the man's intentions were exactly, but I know they weren't any good. I'm very thankful to the Walmart workers who helped me out of what could have been a very dangerous situation. I'm gonna start off this story by saying that at the time this happened, I was a 19-year-old sophomore in college. I was living on campus in their apartment-style dorms, and my college wasn't exactly in the nicest part of the city. I'd usually drive a little bit farther to go grocery shopping, so I could be in a bit more of a safer area. The night this happened, I was going to cook dinner, and realized I didn't have some of the spices I needed. Normally, I would have just said, forget it, and made something else. The meat had already been thawed for a day or so, though, so I did need to cook it. I debated just going to the Walmart that was about 2 minutes away from my campus, but it was getting late, and I didn't want to go there by myself in the dark. That Walmart is right next to a major highway, and being a girl by herself, I felt quite uncomfortable risking it. Instead, I went to the Walmart that was about 20 minutes away, a few towns over. I got to that other Walmart and bought my spices, along with a few other things, and checked out no problem. By the time I was done, though, it was now completely dark out. I was back at the driver's side of my car, putting my few bags into the passenger seat, when I noticed a woman. She was an African American, maybe in her 50s, and she was looking at the back of my car. At the time, I drove a really old car, and if you knew your cars, you would be surprised that it was still running even. I've had a few people in the past, older men usually, look at it and come up and ask me about my car. I figured that this is what the lady was doing, and I kind of ignored it until out of the corner of my eye, I saw her come around my car and stop about 2 feet behind where I was standing. I was parked next to a parking lot median, so it's not like she was getting in a car next to me or something. Excuse me, she said. I turned around and said, yes, kind of prepared to answer what year or model is your car. My church is giving out leftover boxes of food from our food drive to people in need. Could I perhaps give you one? We have them in our car over there. This immediately set off an alarm in my head. I mean, she had just seen me putting my groceries in my car. Why would I need something else after I just went shopping? Also, churches and food pantries around my college were usually cleaned out after they had their shopping days for people who relied heavily on things like food drives. I'd never heard of there being anything that was just left over. I had watched enough Criminal Minds and read enough Facebook posts to know that something shady was going on here. I stuttered over my words a bit at first, trying to figure out what to say. Finally, I managed to get out a, "Oh, no thank you, I'm good." I'd like to see it go to someone who could actually use it. I felt like that was an okay response if she was really handing out boxes. "Are you sure? They're just right over here in my car," she said, taking a step and making the gap between us just that much smaller. I was panicking. As she stepped closer, I tried nonchalantly to put my hand in my bag and look for the small pocket knife my dad had given me. My mind was racing as I tried to find that knife, but also tried to keep my face calm and not suspicious. I repeated to her that I was good, and the box of food should go to someone who could really use it. She finally seemed to let up though, saying, "Okay, well, have a good night. God bless you," and all that sort of stuff. I told her to have a good night as well. Then, as soon as her back was turned, I got in my car and locked all the doors. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I noticed the car she was walking to had 3 large men standing at the trunk of it. They were barely illuminated by the parking lot lights, but I could see it was an early 2000s white Nissan. As I tried to go down the parking lot aisle as fast as I could, I saw the men looking at my car just like the woman had. I then noticed where their eyes were shifted to. They weren't just staring at my car, they were staring at my license plate. Just as I got to the end of the aisle waiting to turn, I saw 2 of the men get in the front seats, and the other man and the woman get in the back. Their car started, and they started to pull out too. I was having a full-blown panic attack now. Just a week before, my friend had posted something on Facebook about how 2 men had followed her and her mom through a Walmart. Again, I had watched enough crime shows to know that this was not painting a pretty picture. Well, I finally got my opportunity to turn, but that car was coming up behind me. I made the quick decision to take a really odd way back to campus. I made a ton of turns and went through a lot of small streets instead of taking one of the main roads. I don't think I saw the car again after I pulled out of the parking lot, but I was definitely not risking it. By the time I got back to my college, I had calmed down a little bit. I had started to wonder to myself, maybe you're overthinking this. Maybe there actually are just some good people in the world. I decided that maybe they really were giving out boxes of food, and hopefully it went to someone in need. That was until I was walking behind my car headed towards my building. There was an SF faintly written in white sidewalk chalk on the brown paint of my car. I was shocked and terrified, knowing I definitely did not put that there. I said out loud, "Oh my fucking God." I practically dropped my bags on the ground and rushed to wipe the chalk off with the sleeve of my jacket. My car had been tagged. After a few seconds of wiping, the chalk was gone, so I locked my car, grabbed my bags, and raced into my building. I got into my dorm and saw the dinner I was supposed to make, but by now I had lost my appetite completely. I put away everything and went into my bedroom, still reeling over what had happened in the last 45 minutes. I sent the whole story as a Snapchat video to some of my friends, who were just as shocked as I was. My one friend Sarah said she thought the SF might have stood for single female. It made sense, which made the whole experience that much scarier. I called my mom afterward and told her everything that happened. By the end of the call, she was sending me an Amazon package with pepper spray in it. I didn't go out after dark or by myself for about 2 weeks after that happened. I'd have a friend from campus or work go with me, or I just wouldn't go at all. The whole situation was terrifying, but I think the strangest part about it all was that that was supposed to have been the safer area. I drove all the way to that Walmart because I had a bad feeling about the one that was closest to me. I started going to the Walmart that was closer to me after that, and I'd never had a negative experience at the closer one since I started going. It's still hard to believe that all that stuff I'd seen on TV and the internet could have almost happened to me, too. This is my second posting that happened after the bus incident. I actually bought a car right after that. I had a car loan to pay off, but I was so shook up after that I decided it was worth it. Unfortunately, I'm an idiot and decided one night in the middle of the night that I needed to grab something from Walmart. I don't remember what time it was, and honestly at this point I can't even remember what I went to go get, but I do remember that I was getting out of my car when I saw a rusted car pull up to the front of the building. The larger person in the driver's seat kinda shoved some skinny, disheveled-looking late teen to early 20-year-old out of the car. They were aggressively ordering him to do something, and then drove off in a hurry. I saw the teenager look at me as I closed my door and hurried into the store. I had a kind of do-not-involve-me mentality. I didn't know what they were doing. I just knew I didn't want to be involved. This only lasted a few minutes, though. I had immediately gone into the women's clothing section because I wanted to be further away from the entrance when he came in. But gosh dang if that obvious drug addict didn't immediately run up to me. I can be naive, but I'm not completely sheltered. As soon as he opened his mouth, I knew he was going to ask me for money, and money is a pet peeve of mine. I work hard. I made very little money and had to work extremely hard for it. I was lifting boxes of product, assembling furniture, having to take buses with crazy people. Before I had a car, if I missed that bus, I would have to walk miles just to get home. I realized at this point the person who dropped him off had probably ordered him to get money some way or another, and I was really annoyed. I could see him preparing himself to try and look pitiful, and opening his eyes wide to look innocent. I guess he didn't understand how insincere he looked right off the bat. He came over to me. "Ma'am, can I ask you—" No. I immediately cut him off. I didn't want to hear whatever lie he was about to tell me. He tried a few more times, then got really angry and stalked off, pissed at me. He found the lady working in the changing rooms. I could hear him talking to her in the same insincere tone, complaining about me to gain some sympathy. She cut him off though, and I heard her call out on the radio very loudly, "Security, come and get this crackhead out of here." I heard him pleading with her, and her yelling at him for a minute. Security came to escort him out. It was funny in the moment, and I thought it was over after that. I went about my business and checked out. I was about to step out when I suddenly had a thought. Well, you know, that guy is really mad at me. He knows where I parked, and his ride drove off leaving him there. So that guy was still out there. There were only 4 cars in the parking lot, mine with 2 cars next to it, and one a row after mine. I thought I was overreacting, but I felt like it was a bad idea to go out alone. I stood there for a few minutes contemplating getting security to walk me out when I heard someone getting checked out. I looked over to see it was a very well-built, tall man who seemed nice, so I waited and asked if he could walk me to my car. He was from the car the row after mine. He didn't mind at all, so I walked with him to my car, locked the door, and he walked to his. I really thought I had overreacted. I thought I was being paranoid, until I pulled out and drove past those 2 cars next to me to leave, and saw that young guy uncrouch from between the 2 cars next to mine, and run off. I stopped going out alone at night after that, and started keeping my pepper spray in my hands in parking lots if I did. So this happened about 13 years ago. I was 10 at the time, and my brother was 8. We had just moved to a new town that year, and the Walmart here had this sweet arcade up near the service desk. Every time my parents would bring us grocery shopping, they'd each give us a few dollars to let us play in the arcade. The town had an incredibly low crime rate, and the arcade was at the front of the store, where dozens of people were checking out. So what could possibly go wrong? My brother was playing the claw machine, while I was standing to the side trying to help him angle the claw perfectly above a stuffed animal he was trying to get. Quite suddenly, this random hillbilly walked up to the claw machine next to us, inserted a quarter, and began moving the claw around. Most of this time, though, he was making eye contact with my brother and smiling, not even watching the game. He wasn't talking to us, just staring and smiling. He had long, thin brown and silver hair, pulled back in a loose ponytail at the base of his skull, a camo trucker hat, and a long, scraggly beard. I remember vividly the way that he smelled. Stale beer, ashtray, and something that smelled like a sweet yet sour dirt, perhaps? Or maybe a fungus? He tried making small talk with my brother and I. We were raised to be aware of strangers, but still be polite. Eventually, we got bored of the game we were playing, and I ushered my brother to follow me to a new game on the opposite side of the arcade. A few seconds later, that man followed us, stationing himself once again at the claw machine next to us. At some point, an overweight lady walked in and said to the hillbilly, "What are you doing to these little kids?" and snickered at me. He replied, "I'm trying to win them some stuffed animals." She then began playing the claw machine on the other side of us, so that my brother and I were sandwiched between these two strange hillbillies. His comment came across as weird to me, because previously I thought he was maybe trying to win something for his kids. The entire time, though, he'd just been following my brother and I from game to game, trying to win us toys. This had been going on for maybe 20 minutes at this point. They'd followed us to several different machines and spent a lot of money. The games were all 25 cents per play. Each time my brother and I switched machines, they'd follow us over. The hillbilly leans over and says to the lady, "I'm out of money. You got any?" She says, "Nah, I'm broke too." My brother says he has $1 still. Now this is the part that really scared me. I remember listening to these two talk about some weird things with us, asking if I have a boyfriend, asking where we go to school, where our parents work, if we've ever done drugs. But when my brother said he had $1, she responded with the most horrifying thing I'd heard from them yet. The woman suddenly burst out with a, "Well shit, give it to him then, boy." Her face was red. The tone in which she shouted was so ear-piercing and gut-wrenching, I could feel the blood drain from my face. My brother looked like he was about to cry. He handed her the $1, and her face lit up. She laughed it off, almost like she was trying to make it seem like she was joking when she yelled at us. My father walked up to us a couple minutes later. As I turned to tell him that these people had spent close to $15 to win toys for us, they left hurriedly, before he got a good look at them. My dad was livid. He took us to the front desk and told them what I told him. They made an announcement on the intercom to keep an eye out for these people, and to report them to an employee if they saw them. Then they called the police. I don't actually remember this part, or much of anything after my father arrived, but this is what he told me. They never did find the couple. The police reviewed security cameras, too blurry to make out any physical details, and told my parents that the couple left the store immediately after my father showed up, without any groceries. Every time I see a man or woman in Walmart that looks as I remember them, I get anxiety and try to avoid them. I grew up in the countryside, right next to a national park frequently visited by nature lovers and bird enthusiasts. It was the kind of park where you're not really allowed to bike or ride horses, only walk or run. But 10-year-old me felt this was a stupid rule, so I did so anyway, because the trails were perfect for it. I knew full well that I wasn't technically supposed to do that, and was caught a few times, but nothing much came from it apart from a half-hearted "don't do it again." I did do it again, of course, until one day something frightening happened that made me stop altogether. My family were actually horse breeders, and I would often take the horses for a ride, usually in that forbidden park. This day, very early morning, the first day of the summer holiday, it was absolutely beautiful outdoors. It was misty and foggy, yet the sky promised a warm, sunny day ahead. Since it was so early, before 6 o'clock, I knew there wouldn't be anyone on the trail to see me, so I let the horse set off full speed along the trail. I only slowed down on one part that got steep on one side, leading down to the river. The thought of one step too close to the edge was too much even for a kid with next to non-existing risk assessment skills. Very suddenly, the horse came to a complete halt and refused to take another step forward. I'd grown up with horses all my life, and I knew that usually indicated that you needed to investigate. Was there something with the hooves? Did the horse spot something that spooked it? I checked and the hooves were fine, but the horse still wouldn't move an inch. When I looked back up again, that's when I saw it. Someone had set a trap, a thin, sharp metal wire across the trail, in perfect neck height for an adult. I stopped and looked around, but I didn't see anyone. The wire was well attached to 2 trees and impossible for me to remove, so I just led the horse around it. To do so, I had to walk a bit up into the wooded area on the side of the trail. And that's when I heard the singing. There's a song called Hage Ton Tigabar. It was that melody, but the lyrics were different and sung in a muffled, sniggering voice. Today I only remember parts of it, but translated it would have been something like, "Hey all you runners, come here passing, let the lifeblood pour out." I, as silently as I could and with my heart in my throat, slowly backed away, got up on the horse and hurried back the way I came, as fast as I could. I knew I had to tell someone about it, but at the same time, I wanted to avoid admitting to riding a huge and very forbidden horse on those protected trails. Now I was in a bit of a conundrum. The old stories about a mad old man living in the shed in the woods, a shed that was once a cottage for the local hunter, came back to me as I hung on to the horse for dear life. I got home and told my older brother what had happened. He went back there with me in tow. We found the wire trap, and after a while of searching, we also found a spear-like pole in the ground, right on the spot where you'd land if you came running and jumped over the fallen tree on the trail. And that's when we called the police. The area was searched and several similar traps were found, but no sight of that old man. The following summer, I remember there was big news in the local paper about spear-like poles being found right under the water's surface, directly under a little tower you were supposed to dive from at the lake. They also found black garbage bags filled with big rocks on the narrow bridge crossing the river, so that if a car had hit them, they would have risked going off the road and into the water. A little bit of context. My dad and I lived together in our own multi-family home in Germany. My dad has a very serious lung condition. His lungs produce and trap an excessive amount of mucus. The trapped amount is quite large and keeps his lungs from functioning correctly. It's pretty normal that he has to be picked up by an ambulance every 2 to 3 weeks, just because he can't breathe anymore. Last week, it was about that time of the month. He couldn't breathe, so I called an ambulance, and he was brought to the closest hospital. This was a pretty normal experience to me, because this had happened at least 10 times in the last 6 months. I went to bed after he got picked up on Tuesday. I went to work the next morning, and got a text from him that he would have to stay for at least 2 more days, until approximately Friday. Wednesday evening, I got home from work and played a match of Rogue Company, when I suddenly heard someone ring on the doorbell. That was unusual because we almost never had unannounced visitors. I walked to the door and was about to press the door buzzer to open the main door when I heard, I believe, more than one voice directly in front of my door. That was weird. I asked in German, "Hello, who is it?" Silence for 3 seconds. Then a person who sounded like my father, but at the same time didn't sound quite right, answered me. "Mika, it's me. I forgot my keys. Open the door." I thought to myself, okay, in that case, wait a minute. My dad never called me by that name, and there was that sarcastic tone in the voice. I just didn't trust this situation. I called my father on his phone. If the person in front of my door truly was my father, his phone should ring, right? It didn't. Big whoop. My father answered, and as I suspected, he was still in the hospital. Meanwhile, the other 2 people on the side of the door heard my phone call and started trying to kick it in. "Let me in. It's your daddy. Let me in." Thank God that door was reinforced. After I threatened them with calling the police and having a big-ass knife in my hand, they finally left. I could hear their footsteps running down the staircase. I rushed to a window facing the street to check and see if I could see a car or at least a license plate. Nothing, just a few footsteps in the distance. They never came back after that either. What's really weird is that they knew my real name and that my father wasn't home despite his car standing in the driveway. Shit was hitting the fan when a buddy reported something similar too. We called the police together. The investigation is still in progress. Many years ago, my friends and I were dumb, new 21-year-olds, just barely navigating the bar scene in Philly, where we all went to college. We hadn't had many weird interactions, save for the occasional creep who would hit on us even when we tried to tell him to get lost. In the July of that summer, though, we were really enjoying the outdoor cocktails at a bar in Old City when this girl walked by. She was around our age, maybe early 20s, with a really cool haircut and an outfit I just loved. She just looked to me like the very definition of cool. I don't quite know how else to put it exactly. She just looked like someone that was worth hanging out with. I was smoking at the time, and she asked me for a cigarette and talked to my friend and me for a little bit, just bitching about boys and work and that kind of stuff. My friend and I were kind of desperate to find friends because all of ours had left the city for the summer. We were really glad to have someone our age to talk to. Finally, after getting to know each other for a bit, the girl asked my friend, who we'll call Amy, and I to come with her to her apartment. She said they were holding a grand party that evening, and then she headed off. Amy and I thought to ourselves, well, why the hell not? We were already bumming around the city that evening with basically nothing to do. We might as well try to make some new friends. In my more mature mindset now, I realize that's kind of a dumb prospect. Don't follow a girl you just met over a cigarette to another location. Well, a couple hours later, we were really bored and decided to head to the address this girl had given us. Only, when we got there, we realized it was a penthouse on the river. The girl had given me her phone number though, and I texted her telling her we were there. At this point, Amy was a little bit wary. We both thought it would be some 20-something apartment, not a big penthouse. The girl came out of the elevator followed by a man in maybe his 40s or late 30s at least. I really didn't expect that. Amy and I were both trying to be polite though, so we followed them into the elevator. During the ride up, the girl told us she was a dancer. Immediately I saw that as code for stripper, but who the hell am I to judge, I thought. So what if she's a stripper? I chided myself for even making that connection. When we got to the top, around the 14th floor, the elevator opened into a big apartment. Not a hallway, just straight into the apartment. It was honestly gorgeous. All marble, TV mounted to the wall, huge rug, etc. Once we stepped inside, Amy and I felt immediately nervous. There were 3 other men there, clearly in their 40s. We again felt we had to be polite, though this wasn't at all what we were expecting. The girl ran off to another room and disappeared, while Amy and I made our way to the kitchen. One of the 40-year-olds grinned at us in this terribly creepy way, and poured one of the many bottles of wine he had from a wine rack and poured us each a glass. While he was doing this and chatting with us, the other 3 men circled around us staring. Amy and I were pretty freaked out at that point, and Amy started to say we were late for a friend's house party. We started to get up to leave, but one of the men grabbed my arm and said, "You're not allowed to leave." Needless to say, that freaked us out even more. Amy and I sat back down and planned our next move by texting each other under the counter. How do we get out of here? Around that time, the girl we'd met ran back into the kitchen, completely naked. One of the guys grabbed her, and the 2 of them ran back into a room together, leaving the 3 men circling Amy and I. I was stressed out, so I decided to have a cigarette. There was a guy who had been really focused on me, so that when I went out to the balcony, he followed behind. I smoked that cigarette trying to ignore him, despite the fact it was a tiny balcony and he was staring at me the whole time. Finally, he came up and started rubbing against me. I pushed him off and went to the other corner of the balcony. It was pouring rain at this point, and I was worried about Amy, so I told the guy we both had to leave. "No, you're not allowed to leave. You have to stay. We're just getting started," he told me. That was one of the last straws. I tossed my cigarette into the rain and pushed open the sliding glass door. I grabbed Amy by the wrist and pushed the elevator button. Miraculously, the elevator hadn't moved in the time we'd been up in the penthouse. Amy and I ran inside and pressed the closed door button repeatedly, watching as the man who had followed me to the balcony charged after us, trying to catch us before the door closed. Thank God he didn't. The door closed just before he reached us, and we went downstairs, finally spilling out into the lobby. That the elevator was going right back up to floor 14. Amy and I bolted, terrified one of the men would follow us down and try to catch us. We ran into the rain and booked it down several blocks before we finally stopped. To this day, we're still freaked out by that encounter. Amy agrees with me, and has since told me that when I was out on the balcony, another man inside had told her she wasn't allowed to leave either. I don't know if that's freaky enough, but hell, it was freaky for me. So this happened to me and my best friend when we were in high school. We live in the lovely state of Hawaii, and would often go to the beach on a short walk from my house when she'd stay over. To give a brief description of us, we're both fair-skinned females, blondish brown hair and light-colored eyes. We actually both look pretty similar, except she has corkscrew curls. People would often ask us even if we were sisters while we were growing up. This is slightly important for later on in the story. Anyway, a good portion of where I grew up was on good old Iwa Beach, deep into Iwa. If anyone knows where that is or has heard of it, you know where I'm talking about. For the rest, it's an area where homeless and druggies, both buyers and sellers, tend to hang out. The beach is actually quite rocky. If you head up the beach though, there's less rocks and less people. That nicer area of the beach is the part that's closer to my house, and where we would both usually go. Kind of like our own secret beach location, but not really if you lived in that particular area. One weekend, my friend, let's name her Jessica, and I were hanging out at my house. We decided that it was a good time to go out on the beach and tan, just kinda do whatever. This particular day though, we had decided that instead of walking to the slightly less rocky beach, we'd go to the secret beach near White Plains. Not too many rocks, not too many people, nicer waves, more beach. It was about a 10 to 15 minute drive since it was like the next neighborhood next to Iwa, and I thought, why the hell not? We get to the beach and see there's not a lot of people there. It's a lovely day, so we put our stuff down and just start chilling. Then, it happens. Jessica and I have been there maybe all of 20 minutes when we were approached suddenly by a man, maybe in his 30s or 40s. Average build, dark hair, a bit of facial hair if I remember correctly. There was nothing about him at first to give us any creepy vibes. He was a local, and it was not uncommon for strangers to come up to each other on the beach and just talk to each other or ask something, so we thought nothing of it when he introduced himself as Dave. After his polite intro, he proceeded to tell us that he was a journalist/reporter for a well-known local newspaper. He was doing an article about tourists and their thoughts on less-known beaches. Jessica and I immediately gave each other that side look. Something wasn't quite right here. That sentence alone made us suspicious for a couple of reasons. One, he had no camera, notebook, pen, or anything to indicate he was taking notes for his story. Two, there had recently been a report on the news around that time that young girls were being conned into model agencies and things like that, being approached by men on beaches, the mall, anywhere where tourists and locals were known to frequent, and being kidnapped into human trafficking. And three, he had not given us any proof that he in fact worked at said newspaper, or that his name was really Dave, not even like a business card. Because of this, we decided we weren't going to trust anything this guy said. I'd also like to note that we were in a spot that wasn't a place where a lot of tourists would really know about, or even go to. They like to go to the beaches near their hotels, or ones they've read or heard about. They wouldn't drive all the way out there. Really, this was where the locals hung out. This is kind of where our descriptions come into play, because I was born and raised there even if I didn't look like it, and so was Jessica. It would be pretty easy to mistake us for some dumb tourists. Anyway, Dave says he's writing this story, right? He asks us what our names are and is starting to look at me and Jessica up and down, almost like he's memorizing what we look like and sizing us up. Never in my life had I ever gotten such major stranger danger vibes from a person, and proceeded to give him some fake name off the top of my head. Jessica followed my lead. This is where it started getting even creepier and more uncomfortable. After a brief pause and a bit of intense staring, Dave proceeded to say this. "Well, are you girls hungry? I've got some food and barbecue at my van if you wanted to hang out." He then pointed to his green-colored kidnapper van. Instantly, the red flags were flapping in the hurricane-like winds of our instincts. Why in the world would two 15 to 16-year-olds want to hang out with a middle-aged man? It was almost like the teen version of asking if you wanted candy. You just had to hop in the van with him. Dave wasn't even asking us questions about the beach or how we'd heard about it. In fact, it was like he'd completely forgotten the reason he said he was there, and just wanted us to go to this van with him. We told him we were okay and thanks for the offer, hoping he would leave us alone. Of course, Dave wasn't just gonna take no for an answer. He kinda got this look on his face like he'd been taken by surprise that we had turned him down, and then got more forceful. "Are you sure? I got chicken and some drinks. It'll be really fun," he said, hoping we'd cave if he kept being persistent. Again, we told him no, and he decided to leave us alone for now, only to walk to his van, sit there, and stare at us lying on the beach. It was really unsettling just having him stare at us like that, like he was waiting to see what we would do. More so because we were two young girls in bikinis by ourselves, in a somewhat closed-off beach. Thankfully, there was a group of guys that wasn't too far from us, military guys, pretty easy to tell. Jessica and I decided to take a chance and go talk to them, plus we felt a little safer knowing we weren't alone on the beach with this guy. We walked up to the group and asked them if Dave had come over to them and had asked them questions regarding this story of his. The guys looked at us confused, then looked at Dave and said he hadn't approached them at all, and they'd been on the beach for a long time before us. Jessica and I took this as a sign that it was time to pack up and go home. Dave was still watching us. He had just seen our interaction with the dudes, as we came back and gathered up our things and walked off toward my truck. We didn't immediately walk straight to it, though. We kind of walked past it to see if Dave had packed up his stuff to start following us. I was parked along the road and had the trees blocking the beach on one side, so if anyone decided they wanted to snatch you up off the road, you couldn't see it from the beach. Luckily, we didn't see him, though, when we left, checking my rear-view mirror just in case. On the way back, Jessica asked me if I had gotten that gut feeling the same time he said he was working for the newspaper. I said I did, and we both told each other the exact same things that made us feel that way. It was almost like we had read each other's minds and were seeing the exact same thing. It was a really eerie experience. I think what made it all the more unnerving was that he seemed to be looking for specific targets. He hadn't asked guys anything, and was definitely looking just for girls. Who knows, maybe he was the human trafficker and was trying to get either one or both of us into that van. I've never been back to that particular area of the White Plains since. I almost wonder what would have happened if that group of guys wasn't there, or if we hadn't listened to our gut. Okay, so I'm about to tell you the scariest thing that ever happened to me. The thing is, I'm not an English speaker, and even though I manage, I'm not sure about all the technical scuba diving vocabulary. I'll do my best, but please indulge me a bit. This happened last year between Christmas and New Year's Eve. I'm from the French Caribbean, so it's not unusual to scuba dive during Christmas holidays. My family and I, 25 and female, booked a few dives. They're all very good scuba divers, much better than I am. They passed a few scuba diving levels that allow them to participate in way more technical dives than I'm allowed to. I enjoy scuba diving as well, and am able to do every casual dive, but I don't feel safe going without an instructor yet, even more so if it's a dive with decompression stops required. If anyone isn't very familiar with scuba diving, here's a quick explanation. You can dive safely until a certain depth before the pressure becomes dangerous. If you dive below that point, which is roughly about 20 meters or 65 feet, you have to do decompression stops during your ascent. That means that you have to stop while going back to the surface for a certain time, to let your body adapt itself to the pressure. If you ride too quickly, you may catch decompression sickness, which can lead in the worst case scenario to death. So we decided that I could manage a little private lesson with an instructor first, prior to the more exciting dives with my family. The first day, my family was enjoying a dive on a technical spot that I wasn't feeling up to, while I was alone with my instructor, retrieving my old scuba diving reflexes. Everything went pretty okay. We were on a beautiful coral reef. There were many beginners on the boat too, and I was by far the most experienced of them. Finally, my instructor, deciding that he could manage me with another student who was truly a beginner, and after a small briefing with every safety rule and hand sign, which is the only way to communicate underwater, we began our descent. I quickly retrieved all my old reflexes and was enjoying myself, going back and forth to the instructor and the beginner diver, during at least 20 minutes or so. Everything was perfect beside one thing. It was a very windy day, and so there was a heavy swell. It's less of a problem underwater than it is for a surface swimmer. The only thing was that it required more physical effort to swim, and so my air bottle was emptying a little bit quicker than usual. This much was normal, though. I signed to my instructor that I was running thin on air now. He nodded. It was at this level far from being critical. It was at this moment that I saw a young man swimming towards me. It wasn't the instructor, nor was it a student. I'd never seen him before. He was in full scuba diving gear, and we were the only dive boat on the spot. I assumed he was with us, and I just hadn't paid attention to him on the boat. He was swimming quickly toward me, then signed to me that he was out of air. When an air failure happens in scuba diving, there's a very strict procedure. You have to help the person, no questions asked, because every second is vital. If you faint underwater, that's it. On your gear, you have 2 breathing devices, a main device and a spare device. I handed the guy my spare breathing device, which means that we were both breathing my gear, consuming twice as much air as what I was consuming alone. I waited till the guy seemed to calm down and tried to hand sign him to go see my instructor. He nodded a no and signed me to start our ascent. I understand this is the procedure. I was a little low on air and above the decompression stop level, so the right thing to do was go up to the surface before having an air failure, but I had to tell my instructor first. The guy was very reluctant though. It was strange because it would have taken us only 30 seconds to tell him, and he would have started an ascent with us. And during this time I was panicking, seeing as my own air level was going down as well. I saw that our instructor was staring at us quizzically and started swimming towards us. It was at this moment that the guy let go of my spare device and started swimming away, breathing again into his own device. I was totally lost on what was going on, and started my ascent with my instructor. Once at the surface, because of the tides, I was feeling dizzy and nauseous, so my bizarre encounter wasn't the first thing that I debriefed. It was after I'd calmed down and the boat was driving us toward the beach without the strange guy in tow that I asked my instructor about what had happened. I don't know. Maybe that guy lost his group and needed some time to calm down or something. I replied to him. Okay, but why did he tell me he was out of air then? My instructor told me I probably misunderstood his hand signaling. He was probably not telling me he was having an air failure because he left on his own breathing device. I was sure I'd seen him do that sign though. The next day I joined my family during my dive. The instructor was different. I'd had time to think about that guy, and I was worried about him, so I told everything that happened to Charlie, the instructor. I asked her if she knew the guy and if he was okay because I didn't see him going back to the surface. She asked me to describe him. When I did, she told me this. "Oh, that's Marvin. Don't worry about him. He's preparing himself to become a scuba diving instructor. Every time he has a day off from the restaurant he's working in, he asks us to drive him out to the coral reef in the morning and pick him up in the afternoon. I ate at his restaurant this noon and saw him, so don't worry." I felt relieved and told myself I'd just had a misunderstanding with Marvin. The rest of the week went by without any incident. I was doing more and more technical dives, and everything was going pretty smoothly. Charlie was a wonderful instructor. I never saw Marvin again, that being said, until the last dive. It was on New Year's Eve. We planned the best dive on that day. It was on a shipwreck, and I felt trained enough to try it without any instructor, just my family and I since it was Charlie's day off. It was fairly deep for a beginner like me, 30 meters at its down point, around 98 feet. My first day, male instructor was there, and told us that he would be exploring the shipwreck too, so we would cross him and he could help me out if he saw I needed it. It was very comforting to know he'd be there, and my family felt comforted too when I told them that. We began our descent and started swimming around the shipwreck. We crossed our old instructor twice, but every time I signed him that everything was okay. It was at that moment I suddenly saw Marvin swimming towards me. At this moment I was about 5 to 10 meters above my down point, still staying under my decompression stop level though. I was a little surprised, and even more surprised when he signed me again that he was out of air. I was of course mistrustful, but if there were any chance it could be true, I couldn't not help him. I handed him my spare breather. This time I had much air left, so it wasn't a problem. He took it and started breathing it in. Then he grabbed my arm. I reached to see his air level instruments, but he prevented me from seeing them. He then started to sign me to ascend with him. I immediately signed no. I wasn't at my deepest when he reached me, but I had been deeper during this time, and I had a decompression stop to do. I saw that my father saw us, but he quickly looked away, probably not understanding what was going on. I tapped at my diving computer to signify it to him. He shrugged, smiled at me, and started swimming up, still holding me. I was paralyzed for a few seconds. The thing that helped me react was my diving computer telling me to stop and decompress now. I then understood that I was in danger. If I let him do what he wanted, I would probably die from the bends. I started screaming, only to remember that no noise could be heard underwater. I started wriggling frantically as I saw my father and sisters way below me, my diving computer alerting me more and more intensely. At that moment, my father saw us and reacted. He swam very quickly toward us, and I managed to hit the guy as my dad grabbed my ankle and dragged me deeper. The guy then quickly swam away. My dad dragged me again, and we waited for a very long decompression stop to ensure I would be okay. We then started heading towards the surface slowly and cautiously. Once I got there, I started crying frantically and went back to the boat. My father told me he thought Marvin was my old instructor, and this was why he wasn't surprised at first. I then told it to my old instructor too, who took it more seriously this time and told me to show him Marvin when he would go up to the surface. Thing is, he never did. The next day on New Year, we went a last time to the scuba diving club because my little sisters had a diploma to collect. We saw Charlie there. Still shocked, I told her what happened with Marvin. Then she stiffed. She told me that Marvin was at the restaurant yesterday for New Year's Eve, and he didn't go scuba diving, which means that this guy wasn't Marvin. To this day, I still don't know who he is, what he wanted, or why he tried to kill me, maybe even twice. I lived in New Mexico for several years before moving to the Midwest. My friend Amy and I, both females, would spend many days exploring the remote corners of New Mexico, discovering abandoned ghost towns, and enjoying the quiet, desolate beauty of the desert. One afternoon in March 2010, we were traveling from Ruidoso to Albuquerque. Always up for exploring, we took a back road rather than traveling the more direct highway. One leg of our journey had us on NM55. It's a remote, teeny-tiny 2-lane highway. We loved those types of roads, up until that day. This part of New Mexico is a flat and desolate desert. You can see for miles, and there is virtually nothing except dirt and rock between the towns. And towns can be miles apart. So we were on the NM55 going north. After a few minutes, we saw a white pickup truck ahead of us, going the same direction. Suddenly, though, he stopped his truck sideways in the middle of the highway, blocking off both lanes. We were about a mile away from him, and as we got closer, we began to get uneasy. We could see no logical reason for him to do this. We were the only other vehicle out there, and we began wondering if we should just turn around, rather than come up to him and have to stop. We were about a half-mile away from him when he pulled over to the opposite side of the highway. His truck was still pointed in the direction we were going. We tried to relax a little. Surely this guy was just a ranger or something. Maybe he was checking something on his land. As we passed him by, we noticed a few things. 1, there was only one person in the truck, a middle-aged guy who never took his eyes off us. And 2, he appeared to be talking into a walkie-talkie. A few seconds after we passed him, he pulled back onto the highway and started following us. He never got too close, though. He would get within a few car lengths, and then drop back a little, then speed back up again to within a few car lengths again. We were starting to get nervous. We realized how alone we really were. We had seen no other traffic on that road, and we hadn't told anyone about our great idea to take this detour. We checked our cell phones, and neither one had signal. Typical for remote New Mexico, but quite scary given our present situation. Amy was driving and speeding up, while I frantically checked the map, hoping to find a road that would have more traffic. There was no other road. We had to travel this one to get to the next town. Turning around to go back the other way didn't seem like a good option either. After a few minutes, we saw another pickup truck coming towards us. He was going very, very slowly. Maybe 20 miles per hour, if that. This pickup was old and beat up, whereas the one behind us was newer. Amy already had us up to 75 miles per hour, which wasn't typical for us on these 55 highways. We blew by the old pickup. As we passed by it, we saw it was another middle-aged guy, and he too was talking into a walkie-talkie. After the white pickup passed him by, he pulled a U-turn and pulled in behind it. As we watched all this, we could see the white pickup truck guy talking into his walkie-talkie. No doubt these two knew each other. We were being deliberately followed, and for the first and only time in my life, I felt hunted. They stayed right behind us. We watched out for obstacles in the road. We truly thought the old beat-up pickup guy had set a trap in the road, and our vehicle would be disabled somehow. We talked about driving into the fields, but this was obviously their territory, and we were afraid what would happen if we went off-road and got cornered, so we stayed on the highway. By now, the white pickup truck guy had accelerated and was right on top of us. We could see him talking into the walkie-talkie as he stayed right on our bumper. Old beat-up pickup truck guy was right on top of him. The three of us sped down the highway. The white pickup inched closer. His maneuvering and edging closer made it apparent he was trying to bump us off the road. I watched helplessly as he got within inches of our back bumper. Amy floored it. We were passing 80 miles per hour, edging upward to 90. The road was flat and deserted, but any little thing going wrong could have been catastrophic. We absolutely were not going to slow down or stop if we could help it. The white pickup truck pulled into the opposite lane and started to gain speed. The only thing we could think was that he wanted to pass us and get in front of us. If he got in front of us and his buddy was behind us, we'd be boxed in and trapped. We looked frantically at the rocky desert on both sides of us. Our only option was to off-road it. Should we risk it? Could we speed through the desert and make it safely in one piece? As we topped a small incline, we saw a sign that said Salinas Pueblo Missions National Monument. It pointed towards a road on the left. Right at that moment, a blue pickup pulled out of that road and onto the highway in front of us. As we came up to this blue car, we saw the plates said U.S. Park Service. We looked at each other and looked behind us. Both the other trucks did U-turns and sped off the other way. We followed the blue pickup to Mountain Air and made our way to Albuquerque. I don't know exactly what those guys' intentions were, but surely they weren't good. There's something seriously wrong out there. I notified the state police, and they said they would keep an eye on things. This area is very near Belen, New Mexico, which is where Tara Calico was abducted. It's also about 100 miles from Elephant Butte, which is where David Parker Ray had his little secret torture laboratory. We didn't put all this together till later. Even though David Parker Ray had died by the time this happened to us, we do believe that there are others out there like him. Whoever abducted Tara has never been caught either. Or maybe we just stumbled into a meth laboratory. But since this happened on an actual highway rather than a back road, I tend to discount that theory. Whatever is going on out there, it's not good. A few months ago, I, 22, was at the local coin laundromat. I went late at night because I had been studying, at around 10 p.m. The laundromat is pretty small, closer to the edge of the beach town I live in. The town is pretty well known for drifters and people experiencing homelessness. Most people are friendly and there's a lot of drug use, but I've never really felt scared. Everything was fine until I went to move my laundry to a dryer. I was listening to music on my headphones, but not super loudly. Suddenly, I just got this feeling that someone was watching me. I can't really explain it. I just kind of felt the presence. I turned around and saw a man standing just a few feet away from me. He was a white guy with pink hair, wearing a full mask, like a ski mask. He had a hoodie, gloves, and sunglasses, even though it was already dark out. The gloves and sunglasses especially immediately made me uncomfortable. I thought maybe he was a drifter or high, but I didn't want to be rude right away. I tried to laugh it off and told him he'd surprised me. He immediately started talking to me. A lot of it was disjointed and just didn't make sense. He was talking about coming up from Brazil to bring his brother money to get a classic car. None of it made much sense, but he would ask me questions and wait for me to respond, so I just tried to play along. I still thought he was probably just high or something, but he was standing between me and the only door. I started to get this gut feeling that he was blocking the door on purpose, not just accidentally. As he talked to me more and more, he started getting closer to me as he talked, and that feeling got stronger. Logically, something was off, but mostly I just had this feeling in the pit of my stomach that I needed to leave. I started to edge to the side, but he stayed in front of me, and the feeling just kept getting more intense. I started to grip my keys in attack position, just in case. At this point, he backed off a little, took off his backpack, which was a child's unicorn backpack, and set it on a nearby dryer. I looked over to the door for just a second. When I looked back, he was pulling something I couldn't see out and holding it to the side, behind him where I couldn't see it. I did see what else was in his backpack, though. Duct tape. Instantly, it was like an alarm went off. There was nothing more worrying about being rude, no more second-guessing myself that he was just off but harmless. It was like this cold, numb dread just washed down over me. I almost felt calm, like I knew the next steps, knew exactly what I had to do. Time seemed to stop in slow motion. He turned back to me, not saying anything anymore, and took a step forward. I gripped my keys as tight as possible and mentally prepared myself to fight. I remember myself being afraid that I would move too slow or be too weak, like in a nightmare. All of a sudden, the door to the laundromat burst open, and a woman walked in, barely even looking at us, as she went to do her own laundry. It was like a scene in a movie, a moment of intensity just interrupted by something innocuous, and suddenly it's just over. He turned and grabbed his bag, and then he left without saying anything. I was so scared I just stayed there for a minute, until I could get my own laundry and just go home. I didn't report it. I never knew what to say since nothing had actually happened. But when I think about it, the scariest thing is that he left as soon as someone else walked in. If he was crazy, that wouldn't have mattered. I think that stranger's laundry timer saved me from something terrible. I don't go to the laundromat anymore. I joined a laundry service instead. The extra cost is worth it to never go back. The events here took place when I was an 11-year-old girl on vacation with my family. My mother and younger brother and I went down to Port Elizabeth to visit some family. Being the only kids present, this meant we were more excited to play in the ocean than spend time indoors. My mom picked a sunny day. We packed our boogie boards and headed to the nearest beach with my grandma tagging along. My brother and I ran towards a set of stairs leading down to the beach. I stopped. There were eyes on me. I could sense it. Growing up in South Africa, you're always taught to be vigilant. Notice your surroundings. Notice people especially. I looked around the crowd trying to pinpoint exactly what was setting my radar off. Then I found it. 2 men about 20 meters in front of me, about late 20s or early 30s. They were just frozen in place, staring at me with these big, toothy smiles on their faces. I returned a smile and a nod, acknowledging their presence, but also making them aware I saw them. Be friendly, not naive. Be polite, but don't trust. Just observing them, I felt unsettled. The crowd was moving all around them. They didn't speak to one another, and they only seemed to move as I glanced away. I was alarmed, but only made a mental note to keep an eye on them. I continued down the stairs and jumped into the soft sand. My brother and I waited for the adults to pick a spot to set up before we took off swimming. Some time went by after that. I saw the same men from earlier wade into the water quite some distance from us, and felt a bit silly for still worrying about them. Still, though, I just couldn't shake that uneasiness. I got out and took a rest by my mom. I didn't see the men anywhere, but the feeling of having eyes on me never went away. I tried to chalk it up to paranoia, and went back to the water after a few minutes. My brother had gotten out by now and started digging this magnificent sand pit, so I decided to use him as a landmark to determine my position in the water while riding the waves out. I did this a few times. Suddenly, goosebumps shot up my back. I looked around. I saw the same men were now just a few meters away from me, waving and beckoning me towards them. I was having fun up until then, and hadn't noticed them approaching. Adrenaline set in as I saw them smiling once more. Their eyes seemed blank, insincere, and out of place with those over-the-top grins. I nervously grinned back and just shook my head at their invitation to come closer. I'm sure the fear was written all over my face, though. As if to confirm my fears of their intentions, they started to immediately swim towards me. I knew I wouldn't be strong enough in the water to fight, run, or swim, and nobody was close enough to hear me call out for help. I was panicking when the water suddenly pulled me deeper into the sea. A big wave was coming. I placed my boogie board in position and started paddling. I was now further into the ocean than the creeps. The wave hit when they were about 1 meter away and took me right past them. I felt relieved for a split second, but then I felt a hand grabbing around my ankle and yanking hard. My heart caught in my throat. I kicked out of instinct. Fortunately, being sunscreen doused, I was slippery and managed to slip free of the hand. The wave then carried me all the way back to the beach. I was coughing with a mouthful of seawater, but scampered to my feet and ran to fetch my brother. I told him I'd race him back to Mom, and he was delighted for the challenge. I glanced back to see where the sea had just ejected me. The creeps were still standing where they were, just smiling and waving. I stayed at my mom's side until we finally packed up to head home. As we walked to our car, I looked over my shoulder. There they were, those 2 grown men, staring, smiling, and waving at the child they had just tried to grab, like nothing weird had ever happened. Then they turned around and just disappeared into the crowd. This has been happening over the last few months. My partner and I used to live in a studio apartment near the city when he decided it would be a great idea to get a corn-course puppy. Those dogs grow big and fast. We needed to move ASAP. We took this opportunity to move away from the city and closer to the beach, craving a more chill area. Well, we quickly found a place in the perfect area, 2 bedrooms and a yard for the puppy. It was great. I inspected it and the agent was very awkward, said we could take it straight away as there were no other applicants and pets were allowed. This was rare in our area during the pandemic. They said we could have the keys within a week. We snapped it up and moved in 3 weeks later. I had sent the property to my family, and my brother laughed as he informed me that the house used to be a massage parlor. One guess how he knew. I shrugged it off anyway. I'm all about energy and spaces, so I was quick to make it homely, and the puppy had her own yard. We could walk to the beach and had a great cafe around the corner. Some of our friends even lived quite close by. Everything felt really nice, at least for a little bit. A week after moving in, a cute old couple from the street over came to introduce themselves. Bless. The gentleman mentioned something about the distasteful activity that used to take place at the property, but it was just a passing comment. Apparently, the massage parlor had closed down 5 years ago. No worries, right? We settled in a bit more. My next task was the garden. One afternoon, I was walking back into the house from the car, in tack pants, dirty shirt, hair up, barefoot with a bag of soil over my shoulder. As I'm walking to the front door, I notice a man with a push bike, sunglasses, and half of his face covered in a balaclava type thing. It was pretty weird, but okay. He was just riding back and forth, eyeing me off. Now, due to past trauma, I have a sort of sixth sense for creepy dudes, and this got my attention straight away. I can hold my own. I'm 175 centimeters, and that's pretty tall for a girl. I made it a point to stop and stare back. "You right, mate?" He stopped right in front of me, pulled down his glasses, and straight up asked me for a massage. Nah, dude, no way I can help you. I wasn't scared, I was just caught off guard. The bag of soil on my shoulder was killing me. Also, what about my outfit screamed, "We'll give sexy massage"? Anyway, I rushed inside to my partner, who was conveniently taking a midday shower, and told him what happened. The dude was long gone by the time he dried off and ran outside. We spoke about the incident for the rest of the afternoon, perplexed but not worried, until I did a basic online search of our address to find the ads for the massage parlor still active. I requested it be taken down, along with saying it was now a residence and not a business. We move on until a week later. My partner works long days and I'm in between jobs due to the pandemic, but teach the occasional yoga class in our old area, mainly mornings and evenings, so I'm home alone during the day a lot. Anyway, a week later since the first incident, I'm coming home from teaching around midday, completely starving. As I walk up to the house, there's a car parked out front with a man inside. He smiles and waves at me. Weird, but whatever. I had put our, at this stage, huge dog out in the yard while I made lunch so she wouldn't steal it. Big mistake. There's a knock at the door. Usually if the puppy is inside, she'll go apeshit at anyone who isn't her mom or dad. I didn't have this alert though. I'm used to deliveries showing up out of nowhere, as my partner is always getting samples for work sent to the house. I casually go to answer the door. It's the guy from the car outside. As I open the door, he steps inside, pushing the door open against me as he steps in. Now, like I said, I'm a tall gal, but this dude towered over me. He was close enough I could see and smell his rotten teeth. Basically on top of me. I was in shock and asked what he wants. He smiled and asked to come inside. I tried to push the door closed, but the dude was large and prevented this. He proceeded to ask for, you guessed it, a massage, specifically from me. Now at this stage, my very active fight-or-flight response kicked in. I managed some real Hulk-type strength to physically push him out, along with shutting the door, all while screaming the wildest obscenities you can imagine. I locked the door and ran for my phone to call my partner, but first ran to the window to try and take a picture of the car or the man. Unfortunately, I was not quick enough. I called my partner, who called my dad who lived close. He came and hung out for a few hours. At first, I was fine, a bit shaken up, but due to past trauma and delayed reaction, I broke down an hour later into a full-blown anxiety attack. 2 weeks passed without any unwanted visitors. My partner had a 2-night interstate work trip coming up, which meant home alone again. Usually I'd love this. I absolutely love alone time to clean and dance and sing without any interruptions. I love my partner, but let's be honest, there's something so nice about alone time, especially when you've lived with someone for years. This was different though. I always feel safe with him. He's a big dude and a boxer for over half his life, but with the recent going-ons I was feeling uneasy. We organized for my dad to be on call, and I let our big baby bear sleep in the bed with me while he was away. I also kept a souvenir machete I'd picked up on a school trip at the door. I know, but hey, self-defense. All felt well until the first night. Now Chloe will growl at anything, but I only worry when her fur sticks up on her back. This means she's at alert. Anyway, first night alone, I'm dead asleep around 2 a.m. She starts growling. Sometimes she does this in her sleep, so I reached out to soothe her with a gentle stroke. I felt her fur stick up, and my ears were pricked by the sound of someone walking on the gravel that's outside my bedroom window. I froze as she kept growling, eventually turning into a full-blown aggressive bark as she jumped off the bed and ran to the window and jumped on the ledge. The blinds were still closed, so I couldn't see anything. Whoever was out there was scared off by Chloe's incessant barking as she returned to the bed and plonked herself down on top of me in some sort of weird show of protection. I called my dad and he said to call back if it happened again. The second night I decided to stay at my mom's place. Took Chloe with me too. My partner returned from his work trip aware of the late night scare and told me he had emailed the property agent telling them all of the creepy incidents, along with the internet ad we'd found while he was away. He was mad. They said they had no idea the massage business had ever existed. Bullshit. A week or so passed without incident, but then I developed anxiety attacks while home alone, and a mad case of insomnia. Any noise would send me into a self-defense episode, machete in hand. At this stage, it had become a real issue. We decided to start asking more neighbors, and the worst was confirmed. Turns out the massage parlor was a full-blown brothel that had been shut down by police. One neighbor told us how she had been physically assaulted by someone attending the business, and she played a big part in getting it shut down after that. We even found out that the last tenant had the same issue as us, resulting in her moving her and her children out of the house. What the fuck? We decided to call the police to see if anything else could be done, or just to get more info. They were actually very helpful. They confirmed the whole brothel thing and told us to document any more weird stuff. They made reports for trespassing for the 2 previous freaks, and said if we ever felt like we wanted to move out, they would help us, as it could be pretty hard and expensive to break a lease where we live. It was literally the day after this. The florist who owns the shop on the corner that backs onto our house asked if we were home the previous night. We'd formed a neighborhood watch and she was part of it. We weren't. She informed us a man had been on our property looking in all our windows and knocking at the door for about half an hour. That night we heard footsteps in the gravel again, and a knock at the door too. At this stage we were just over it. We called the real estate agent again, who still denied any knowledge of the brothel until we mentioned our contact with the police. They quickly insisted they pay for new security doors and lighting if we were to stop all contact with the police. We agreed, but had no intention of not calling the police again. Turns out they knew all along. It's law in our country to let new tenants know of any previous crimes committed at a premises, which they didn't. Shady as fuck. That explains why the house had been so cheap and readily available. We have been in COVID lockdown now for 2 months on and off, which may have deterred any creeps from coming back. but I still get knocks at the door during the day which I ignore. My camera roll is jam-packed of every and any car's license plate that parks out the front. We have made some wonderful neighbors who constantly check in on us, and the little old man down the road even made us a sign for our front door, bless him. Safe to say, though, we will not be renewing our lease once the year is up. The following story happened to me a few years ago. In hindsight, I was a lot more naive, and I've grown a lot since, becoming more aware of the risks of using social media without privacy settings. A few years ago, I left my home country to start my master's course and a new life halfway across the world. I don't want to share the name of the country I live in now for privacy reasons, sorry. Beside my partner, their family, and my housemates, I didn't really know anyone in the area. The first few months were quite hard. I had never lived more than a 3-hour drive from my parents, so being 9,000 miles away from everything I'd ever known and loved was quite difficult. I found myself using social media a lot more than ever. Facebook, Instagram. It was such a comforting feeling scrolling through my phone and seeing familiar faces, watching stories of good friends hanging out in places we all used to visit together. Getting to chat with others in my native language, it made me feel less lonely, and quite frankly, I enjoyed sharing pictures and stories of my new city with friends and family as well. It was just a low-effort way of keeping in touch, and it made me feel like I was still a part of their daily lives. A side note, I'm not a social media influencer. I don't have a large following. Almost all people I know personally, and at the time I followed everyone back, thinking it was some sort of unspoken internet courtesy. I mainly posted pictures of landmarks, beaches, old buildings, anything I thought looked interesting and that my friends back home would enjoy seeing, since where I live now is heaps different from my hometown. One day I noticed I had a DM request from an account I did not recognize. It read, "Hello Lynn, follow me?" The picture was nothing out of the ordinary, a black and white photograph of someone's back standing on a cliff or mountain. Initially, I almost wrote it off as a bot, but when I clicked on the profile, I was surprised by the content. Beautiful black and white film photographs of different places around the world. There were no pictures where I could make out a face, and the About Me was a very simple camera emoji and a name. Since I liked the content though, I decided to respond with a message first. "Hey, I really love your photography. I followed you." I received a reply almost instantly. "Thank you." They then asked how I was doing. I asked them what kind of camera they used. It was such an innocent, ordinary conversation that I thought nothing of it. Well, the very next day, I woke up to a row of notifications all from the same user. They had liked every single one of my photos, going years back into my feed, and sent me more messages. In one, they asked how I was enjoying X, the city I had moved to not long ago. I gave a short one-word answer and a smiley face for a good measure. When they asked what area I was living in, I instantly felt weird and decided not to keep the exchange going. I left them on read. This caused a flood of messages from their end, now apologizing for asking and explaining they had asked because they swear they had seen me before and wanted to know if I worked at Anytime Fitness, at a borough in my city, which I did not. Thinking this would end the conversation, I replied with a, "Sorry, I don't think you have the right person. I don't work there." A few moments later, I got another message asking, "Are you sure?" I didn't reply, so they sent another. "You wouldn't lie to me, would you?" Then another. "Where do you work?" One after another. At this point, I started to get anxious. I hate confrontation and used to get very anxious over any little altercation where I might have to upset someone. I unfollowed and blocked the account. I mentioned it to one of my housemates and my partner, both of which said it was just some internet troll with too much time on their hands, and I'd done good by blocking them. After about a week or so, though, I received another strange DM request. The profile picture was a screenshot of a scene from a Bunnell film, and the profile only had one single photo, the same screenshotted image. The message read, "Why did you unfollow me?" I blocked that account immediately. After this, I started receiving a wave of messages from other fake accounts on all of my social media. The messages became more and more aggressive, calling me a liar, a cunt. Randomly, I'd start getting ones asking how my day was, or if I had watched a certain movie the day before. I tried contacting Facebook and Instagram, but honestly, I don't think anything came from it, except maybe those individual accounts being terminated. I changed all of my privacy settings to private, but the messages still continued. I was so overwhelmed, I wondered why someone would go out of their way to do this to me. I had just moved country, started school, and was trying so hard to start over somewhere so foreign to me. I had never experienced any type of bullying back home, because I didn't have any enemies. Who would want to do this to me? My partner suggested I screenshot the messages and get the police involved, but back then I was too nervous to do anything. I just let it be. I figured that the police would just ignore a foreigner, or tell me to grow a backbone. This game of blocking and deleting profiles continued, until my partner, seeing how upset this was making me, messaged one of the accounts telling them to leave me alone, and that they were contacting the police if they continued. The account was either deleted or blocked my partner, because it disappeared after that, and things went quiet. After a few weeks, I decided to reactivate my account on Facebook, and return to Instagram, hoping things had cooled down. It seemed they had. No requests, no messages. It had been almost 2 months since the start of this whole ordeal, and I was now message-free. I was in a much better place. I had made some friends, was enjoying my studies, my job. The incident became nothing but a creepy memory. Then, though, one day, I was out grocery shopping at a shopping center, a 15-minute walk away from my home. I felt my phone buzz in my pocket suddenly. My hands were full with grocery bags, so I ignored it until I got home. When I opened the message, it was from another unfamiliar account, this time with a black and white profile picture of just an eye. Immediately my heart sank and my stomach started to turn. I started thinking to myself, is this the same person after all this time? No way. My body started getting hot and a bit shaky. I opened the message. All it said was, "Hi, friend." They had sent a link to a clip from Back to the Future. I was so confused as to why they were messaging me, let alone sending me a random movie clip. Then I remembered what I was wearing, a Back to the Future t-shirt. I blocked the user right away and deleted my profile for good this time. After that day, I never heard from them again. It's been a few years since then. I still don't have an Instagram account and only use Facebook to keep in touch with old classmates. I never post anything personal. In the end, I never figured out who it was that was messaging me. If it was the same person, why they were doing this, and worst of all, if they really had been watching me. I don't know if it was a strange prank or pure coincidence, and in hindsight, it seems silly how much it all got to me. But please, not to sound like an overprotective mother, but be careful what you share. When you tag locations, who you follow, you gotta stay safe out there. This happened back in the 1990s, long after the time babysitting became a common theme for scary movies. Personally, I didn't really watch things like that, so I wasn't really afraid that any of those far-fetched stories would ever happen to me. I was 17 years old, and every Friday night I would babysit for the Wilson family down the street. They were a relatively young, yuppie-ish couple who went to parties every Friday, and needed someone to babysit overnight for their 2 kids. I'm not exactly sure what kind of parties they attended, but they were typically out all night, and wouldn't get back until 3, 4, sometimes maybe even 5 in the morning. It wasn't much of an imposition or concern for me though, because they paid me quite well, and I liked the kids too. A whole lot, in fact. The children in question were an 11-year-old boy and an 8-year-old girl. They had a pretty typical relationship for children about that age. The boy, though the mother was not very happy about it, loved to watch scary movies and read comics. He was always trying to scare his little sister, especially when his parents weren't around. I had an older brother too, so I knew what that was like. The boy would sometimes try and scare me too, but that never succeeded. On this particular Friday, it was mid-fall and quite cold outside. As usual, I got to their house around 6 p.m. The parents went through their list of rules that I had already memorized. They told me they would like me to prepare dinner and gave me a recipe. They also gave me the exact same approximate return time they gave me every week. It was alright. Well, after we'd all had a wonderful dinner, they were a relatively wealthy couple and always had lots of good food around. We all sat down to watch a movie on TV. About halfway through the film, the boy Chris got up and left to go to the bathroom upstairs. When he came back, he plopped himself down on the couch and just kept watching the movie. When the movie was on its last commercial break, Julie got up and it was obvious she had to go to the bathroom too. "Don't go into the bathroom, you'll just get scared," Chris said in a sing-song and mockingly scary voice. "Stop it," Julie cried in the typical quit scaring me whine that was indicative of little girls who were tired of their big brothers always trying to scare them. Chris smiled wickedly. "I mean it. There's a clown hiding behind that shower curtain. And you'll see it if you just sit on the toilet." Chris finished by making some unfriendly, spooky sounds in an attempt to further frighten his sister. "Make him stop," Julie whined, looking over at me. She obviously had to pee really bad. She began dancing there in her PJs, trying hard to hold herself in. "Stop scaring your sister," I told Chris and playfully threw a small couch cushion at him. He laughed and hid his face behind it. Julie looked over at me, and her eyes asked me the question I didn't need to hear. "Yes, I'll come with you." I got up and took Julie by the hand and led her over to the bathroom door. She refused to touch the knob first. Julie insisted I open the door and switch on the light. "Can you check the curtain?" she asked me slowly. I walked over to the opaque blue curtain. I have to admit that for some reason, I was slightly apprehensive. Must have been that lingering fear everybody had about showers from much of the movie Psycho. I slowly put my hand on it and paused for just a moment. I opened the shower curtain. Of course, it was empty. "Will you wait outside the door?" Julie asked. I of course agreed. When she was done, she had me come in while she flushed the toilet. We both washed our hands and went back to the movie. Now the rest of the night went by quietly enough. Chris had obviously had his fun and must have decided he didn't want to try scaring Julie any longer. Either that or he had scared himself too by watching all those movies, which sometimes happened. By 10 o'clock, both kids were in bed and had been asleep for at least an hour. I also went to bed around 10:30, so I would sleep in the Wilsons' extra room until they got home. I got ready for bed and went into the spare room. I've never been the best sleeper in the world. I always like to know what time it is, and I would always wake up every hour or so and look over the clock in this room. They had a large digital clock with red numbers on it, so I could wake up and turn around to see the clock easily, then go right back to sleep. I must have fallen into a deeper sleep at some point. The last time I remember seeing on the clock, it was about 11. I woke up at 11:45. I saw the light of the clock and turned over and fell back asleep. Later on, I was suddenly woken out of my sleep by a sound. I looked at the clock and saw it was 12:30. I heard Julie's voice. "Can I sleep here? I think there's a monster outside my window." I was groggy, but of course I had no problem with her sleeping in my room. Chris had scared her earlier, and it made sense that she probably was seeing or hearing things. Besides, having her sleep in my room with me would be a lot easier than getting up to check on her every now and then, just to make sure she was safe. She crawled in bed with me, and I looked over at the clock. It was still 12:30. I fell asleep. I was woken up by another noise. Looking at the clock, it was 1:08 a.m. I heard Chris's voice this time. "I'm sorry for scaring Julie earlier. Can I sleep in here with you? I think there's a monster outside my window." Although I was exhausted, I chuckled to myself as I mentioned my brother used to try and scare me when I was younger too. I always wished that my brother would have ended up scaring himself. And although it was unlikely, I never stopped wishing it would happen occasionally. Chris was a lot nicer than my brother was, though, so I agreed and let him climb into bed too. He was still a boy, and it was unlikely he learned his lesson so fast, but I didn't want to be unnecessarily mean to him. I looked at the clock. This time it said 1:12. I drifted off again. I woke up a bit later this time. The clock said 2:39. I was happy I'd actually been able to sleep for more than an hour without waking up. I looked over at the kids. They were sleeping just fine, so I went back to sleep. The next time I woke up, though, something very odd happened. I first thought I must have rolled over or something, because I didn't see the clock. Being very obsessive about my ritual, I knew I had to roll over and look at the clock before falling asleep again. After my head cleared just a little bit, I realized I was facing the direction of the clock, but the clock just wasn't there. I groaned, realizing that we must be having a power outage or something. I would never be able to get back to sleep if I didn't know what time it was. Right after I groaned, though, a black shadow moved, and the clock became visible. It said 3:24 a.m. It only took me a moment for me to realize I hadn't seen the clock, because somebody was standing in front of it. I screamed before I realized this was a dumb thing to do. I woke up both kids, who panicked. "Get out of the house," I yelled at them, as I saw a shadow coming towards us. It didn't take the kids more than a few seconds to know something was wrong. Julie and Chris started screaming it was the monster. They both jumped up and ran like hell. I tried to follow them, but I wasn't fast enough. Whoever was in that room got a hold of me. I tried screaming, but he shoved his hand over my mouth. Trying to think of what I could do, I tried to stomp on his foot. Although he yelped in pain, it only made him hold on tighter. He was way too strong, and I was not getting away. I tried to console myself and tell myself that the police would come. The kids had gotten away. I kept struggling, and he threw me towards the bed. I didn't hit it, though. I fell and hit the floor. My arm hit the metal frame of the bed, and I heard it crack. The man came towards me quickly, and I started crying as he grabbed me by my arm. I prepared for the worst when I heard a gunshot. I cringed. Then I noticed the man scream in pain. He fell on me. However, he didn't remain on me very long. He rolled over onto his side and grabbed his arm. Looking up, I saw the best thing I had ever seen in my life. Apparently, the father of the kids had gotten home in that time and retrieved his gun from his own bedroom, a gun I didn't even know he had. I felt a new rush of energy as I jumped up and ran past him. I ushered both kids out of the room and down the stairway and out of the house. They ran to the neighbors who had been awakened by the gunshot. They had already called the police. They came and found the man being held at gunpoint by the father. They arrested him. It turned out the man had been trying to abduct children in the area. Both kids had already been scared because of the stories they'd been hearing. They'd been sleeping very lightly and were woken by the man trying to get into the house. They assumed he was a monster trying to get in. When they'd heard the noises, they hadn't really seen anything. Apparently, he was trying not to wake me up so he could take the kids easily. He, in fact, had been in the room with us, trying to pick the right moment to grab them. He was cautious because he had seen me waking up every half hour or so, looking at the clock. That kept him from acting sooner, and it probably saved those kids, too. After talking to the police, the scariest part was they told me once I had woken up, he wasn't intending to abduct me. He just wanted me out of the way. Since he'd begun attacking me, I assumed that meant he was going to kill me. I still sleep with a digital clock in my room. I can't sleep with that one whenever there's a power outage, though. When I wake up and don't see the number, I assume the worst and start screaming. It's terrible what some sick fucker will do to screw you up for the rest of your life. When I was in high school, I began babysitting for the family of my best friend. She had one brother and one sister, 5 and 7 years old respectively. I was a year behind my friend in school. She had left to go to college and could no longer watch over the siblings. Since the family knew me very well, They hired me as the babysitter. They were both really nice parents and rather wealthy. They owned a big and beautiful townhouse as well. Well, one Friday night, the parents had a party that they had to go to. I showed up at 7 p.m. on the dot. They told me they didn't expect to be back until very late, as usual. This was like an opportunity being paid to enjoy myself. The children were so young that they were usually in bed by 8:30 and asleep by 9. I had the rest of the hours to myself, to talk on the phone, watch television, and basically do whatever I wanted, as long as I checked on the kids. On this particular night, I had been talking to another friend of mine, Steph, for a while. She had to be in bed early since she was a cheerleader, and the team had an away game the following afternoon. She had to get up to be on the bus by the time 10 o'clock rolled around. I resigned myself to an evening of watching cable television and eating junk food, after fixing myself a sundae covered with nuts and hot fudge, and even a few pieces of banana I was able to chop up. I sat down in front of the television and made myself comfortable. Flipping on the TV, there was this strange repair show. There was a guy and he was mixing concrete and what looked to be a wheelbarrow. Beside the wheelbarrow, he had a bunch of cinder blocks stacked up behind him. It looked like he was making some sort of wall. I couldn't really care less about that sort of thing, so I changed the channel. Only, when I changed the channel, the same show was on the second channel as well. I get the cable can sometimes be like that though, so irritated, I flipped the channel again, only for the same show to be on the other channel. I kept flipping it over and over and over again, and each time I flipped the channel, it stayed on that show. The man never missed a beat. He was mixing the mortar and lining up the bricks. I really didn't know what was going on. I was wondering if there was some strange issue with the cable or something. The man looked directly at the screen, and I felt as if he were looking straight at me. That was not nearly as scary though, as when he addressed me by name. "Cindy, I think you need to come downstairs right away." Fear flowed through my body, like I cannot explain. Although I didn't know how to react, I knew I was not going to go downstairs. There would definitely be something going on down there. I started fumbling for my cell phone so I could call the police. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Cindy. You won't have time," the man told me. I watched as he pulled the 7-year-old boy I was babysitting in front of the camera. He started patting the boy on the head and said, "I suggest you get down here real quick." Not knowing what to do, I immediately felt protective of the boy. I began toward the basement door. I stopped though because I was in the room with the fireplace. I grabbed a poker and went to the basement door. I flung it open and flipped on the light. After a moment's hesitation, I ran down the stairs. It was an unfinished basement, as I knew beforehand. There was a pile of cinder blocks down there, and a barrel with mortar, but there was not a single person there. I felt like my heart was trying to escape my chest and push its way up my throat, out my mouth. Somehow, though, I managed to calm down. That's when I realized that whatever I'd seen on the television must not have been live. It must have been recorded or something. It was probably nobody in the house. Unnerved, but not nearly as afraid as I had been before, I still held the poker, making my way back up the steps. I closed the basement door behind me. I have to admit I did not turn off the light behind me. I walked over to examine the television. Looking behind it, I found somebody had connected the computer to it. The video had ended, so I turned the television off. I honestly began thinking this was just a prank. Maybe my friend that went off to college set this up. She'd likely taped the video with a friend and her brother, and set me up to scare. I chuckled about it, realizing it was indeed a pretty good joke. I had played some pretty good jokes in my life on her, so I couldn't really be mad. I appreciated a good laugh too, even though I was not laughing when it initially happened. Still though, on the off chance that something really wrong was going on, I figured I should give the house a once-over first. Foremost, I checked the kids' rooms to make sure they were safe. Both of them were sleeping soundly in their bed. I checked under their beds, in their closets, behind any furniture. Then I went in and thoroughly inspected the parents' room. There was nothing. After checking the kitchen, the den, all the other rooms, I was completely convinced my friend had just played a really bad prank on me. I figured I was gonna text her and tell her that she got me good with that one. I rechecked the front door, still a bit frightened to see if it was locked. It was. Lastly, I walked out to the coat closet by the front door to check that out. I opened the closet door as quickly as I could, and scanned the floor while pushing the coat and clothes aside so I could see if anybody had been hiding behind them. Turns out no one was standing hiding behind the clothing, so I was pretty happy. I sighed with relief and looked up on the shelf. Then I heard the voice from the video. My first reaction was to freeze. I looked up at the high shelf in the closet and saw the person from the video laying on the shelf, his body stretched out, his hand resting on a crooked arm, and a wicked smile crossing his face. It was horrifying that I hadn't thought to look up there, and to also know that not only was he watching me as I searched, he could have grabbed me at any moment. His smile widened, and then he whispered to me, "I'm gonna get you." He moved quickly, jumping off the shelf. Fortunately, although he was fast, he was still on a shelf. I had a bit of a head start too. It wasn't much though, and I didn't even make it to the door before I felt his hand grab my hair and my head jerked back. I fell back and hit my head on something, and everything went completely black. When I came to, I was in a hospital bed. It took me a while to get my bearings, and a while for my wits to come back to me. Fortunately, before I had a chance to freak out too much, my mom came into the room to talk to me and calm me down. Apparently, at some point after I'd been attacked, the little girl had gotten up and was looking for me. When she couldn't find me, she woke her brother up. He was older and was smart enough to immediately call the police, and the police came over to investigate. Unfortunately, the man and his laptop were gone. Fortunately, the kids weren't harmed. Even more fortunately, the man was easily identified as the contractor the family had hired to face the basement for them. That's why the boy had willingly made the video with him. The boy had also told him about me, his babysitter. That's how he knew to set everything up. Unfortunately, the man had already fled his home and was not found by the police in the end. The police said they'd found me in the basement tied up to a kitchen chair. The man had cinder blocks and mortar prepared and had tried to build a little wall around me. Pre-warning. This will be a short story because I have some details left out to ensure it's left anonymous. When I was around 15, I started babysitting a family with 3 kids, 2 boys, 1 girl. Their mom knew me, as the oldest was friends with my little brother, and had asked my mom if I could help out just because she had started taking on more shifts, and her husband was also doing the same. They lived right next to my high school and paid well, so I agreed, despite not really having that much experience. Pretty quickly, I realized this was going to be difficult. The kids were great, but I was just nervous around them. The oldest was fine, just played on his Xbox most of the time, or did homework. But the 2 youngest were a different story. The middle child, their daughter, was completely obsessed with horror movies, and on more than one occasion, I had to hide the knives from her since she wanted to reenact the scenes. The youngest son had tried to set fire to the Christmas tree. I know what kids can be like since I have a lot of younger and older cousins, but these ones just drove me insane. I had to constantly worry about them hurting themselves or each other. If they acted up too much, I would threaten to call their mom, which would normally work. After a few months though, I realized that if I just mentioned the dad, they would immediately behave and do everything I asked, so that's what I started doing. Now, I had never really met this dad. I just knew that the guy was a really tall guy and a really big build. He was always described to me as still being really nice though, so I never really thought about it. On this particular occasion, I had said to the youngest boy that I would call his dad if he didn't stop misbehaving, which resulted in a huge tantrum, so I ended up calling him and explaining. Luckily for me, the dad was getting off work early, so he said he would get home as quick as he could and apologize for the children's behavior. When I explained I had done this, the kid sobbed and ended up locking himself in his room. That day, the dad got home, and they were not joking when they said he was tall. I'm only 5'3" and was 15. When I saw him having to crouch a little to even get through the door because of his size, I remember thinking, oh shit, no wonder the kids won't misbehave when he's there. I said hi and apologized for the work call, which he just brushed off and said that it needed to be done and not to worry. We were both sat on the couch. I can't really remember why, but I think we were talking about what days they needed me for. Now at this stage, the two youngest had went outside to play, while I was with the oldest. I had just been tidying a little from dinner. I was pretty weirded out because this oldest started to get pretty antsy when asked to go to the shop. He kept making excuses to his dad, so I just offered to go instead. I could see the dad visibly frustrated, and I just wanted to defuse the situation. I would like to reiterate that everything seemed normal up to this point. I remember feeling really intimidated by the dad though. I had only met him this one time, and spoken to him for no more than 20 minutes. It turned out the oldest had said to his mom that he didn't want me left alone with his dad, as he had apparently been watching me a little too closely during our encounter. The parents asked me to babysit later on that week, which I agreed to. However, in the space of just a few days, that quickly changed. I got a text from the mom apologizing for the last-minute arrangements, but saying I couldn't babysit. I was a little agitated since I had changed plans around, but I wasn't too bothered. I just said it was fine and to let me know when she did need me. She asked me to come around to get my pay for the last 2 weeks, and I decided to nip that before going home. Immediately, as soon as I entered the house, I could tell something was wrong. Not wanting to pry, I just went in to say hi, talk about the books for a little bit, and then left. It wasn't until the next week, I think, or maybe the week after that where everything kicked off. I came home to my mom being very upset and angry, pacing in the living room, while my stepdad was trying to calm her down. I immediately went to ask her what was wrong, feeling a little bit worried. Instantly, she threw her arms around me and started crying and holding me. I had meant to be babysitting, but again got canceled on, so I was home earlier than what I had said originally. Pulling away confused, I asked her what was wrong again. Turns out my mom had been trying to get a hold of me for a while, but my phone had died. I had went to babysit, but nobody was home, so I decided to head back on the bus. I wasn't able to let my mom know though. She sat me down and started asking me all these questions about the dad and my time babysitting. Confused, I mentioned that I'd only met him once, and only really spoken to him on the phone a handful of times when the kids were acting up. Nodding, my mom started pressing on and asked if anything else had happened. She kept questioning me and saying I could tell her anything. I just looked at her confused. I told her nothing had happened and asked what exactly all this was about. I always remember this. Her taking a really deep breath and saying, "Oh, thank God," before letting me know what happened. Now, as I said, the details are vague because this was on the news. Turns out the guy had killed someone while working and had been taken in by the police. During the interrogation, it turns out he admitted to beating his wife, and there were speculations of assaults as well. There was also mention that one of his types were petite girls that had dark hair, pale, which happened to match my description at the time. My mom was terrified something had happened to me. I'm turning 23 this year, and it still gives me the shivers. I remember feeling like I was going to throw up, and a sinking feeling in my stomach. My mom held me close crying because she had been worried sick all day and scared something had happened to me. Needless to say, I stopped babysitting for the family right there and then. I felt so awful for the wife though. She was honestly one of the nicest people I'd ever met. About a week later, I got a text from her. As it turns out, I had left behind some books, so I said I would go and grab them. When I saw her, my heart sank. She had obviously not slept in a long time and was putting on a brave face for the kids, who couldn't tell what was going on. We ended up sitting in the kitchen, and I gave her a big hug just trying to comfort her. I mentioned that if she needed help with the kids since he was gone, I would try and help. She immediately refused. As it turns out, people had started attacking their home. She gave me my stuff, paid for the wages with a little more added. I had completely forgotten about this, and said she really appreciated it, but thought it would be a better idea if I just took a step back from the family, as she didn't want me getting hurt for just being associated with them. To this day, I still think about them, and it scares me after thinking about what could have happened. I still talk to the younger kids who are a lot older now, and even help tutor the younger girl. I helped the oldest when he was starting high school, because I noticed kids bullying him for what his dad had done. It was awful considering it didn't involve any of the rest of the family.